Stories of Futures Past presents 5 stories featuring animals. Volume 1. Beast of Prey by J. Williams. Oh, Rats by Miriam and DeFord. The Drug by C. MacApp. Exploration Team by Murray Leinster. Brown John's Body by Winston K. Marks. Beast of Prey by J. Williams. Originally published in Astounding Science Fiction, August 1957. Narrated by Tom Trussel. The little party came through the airlock bearing a limp figure on an improvised litter. "Who was it this time?" Fenner asked. Gosling pulled off the transparent hood that covered his head and face and unzipped his suit. He dug his fingers wearily into his eyes. "Bodkin," he said, "same as the others." He turned back to the group. "Get him right to the infirmary. Not that it'll do much good," he added in an undertone to Fenner. Fenner sighed, glancing at Bodkin on the litter. Behind the plastic protection of his mask, the man's face was a dark purple. His chest rose and fell spasmodically, and there was a faint line of foam on his lips. Gosling slipped off his suit and put it over his arm. Then he and Fenner walked together up the ramp to the common room. "I need a drink," he said, "and a smoke. It's awful not being able to smoke out there." "You should cultivate Aristotelian moderation," Fenner said with a grin. "It is far wiser in a Planet Biological Survey station." Moderation didn't do poor Bodkin any good. Gosling threw his suit into a corner and touched the stud on the dispenser. A lighted cigarette dropped into the trough. "Make me a drink, will you, Luke?" he asked, dropping into a reclining chair. Hagen, the chief of the station, came bouncing through the iris, walking as usual as if he had springs under his heels. He was a little plump man with a goatee, which he was tugging in a sort of ecstasy of exasperation. "Hello!" he cried. "Ha, Fenner! Listen, Gosling, I've just seen Bodkin. This is dreadful. 3 in 1 week." "I agree," Gosling said, taking the drink Fenner had made for him. "Let's pack up and go home, shall we?" Fenner relaxed on the middle of his spine in an easy chair and folded his hands together, peering over them at the chief, who sat down and stood up and sat down again. You'd never know that man was a capable organizer, he said to himself. Astonishing how people can betray their own appearances, seldom what they seem. Aloud he said, "Excuse me, Hagen, I want to ask Gosling, did you see any animals nearby when it happened?" Gosling shook his head. "I remembered what you said, but I didn't notice anything at all. It was just the same as in the other 2 cases. Well, almost the same." He drank and sat upright. "We were in Area B, you know. Bodkin was taking a series of photographs of the pollination of those red flowers by Leopardinus. Hakim and I were digging up bulbs and collecting the larvae that live at the roots. You know the ones I mean." Hagen nodded. "Go on." "Let's see. Staines and Petrucci were taking soil samples, and Bonder was chasing what he liked to call butterflies. It was very quiet. Those tall plants were just hanging limply. I remember Hakim saying, 'If we were home, I'd say we were going to have a storm.' I said something like, 'It'd be nice to see grass again for a change, even in a storm.' About that time, Bodkin got up and walked away from his cameras. I said, 'Where are you going?' He didn't answer. He took his head in his hands and stood still, and I knew immediately what it was. But before I could get to him, he collapsed." "Did you look for insects?" Fenner asked. "Yes, we thought of that at once. We looked to see if any of the Leptorina were on him, or any other bugs. There wasn't a thing, not a mark, not a sting or a puncture, nothing." He stopped and drew a long breath. "Well, then I thought about animals. I asked Bonder. He had been running around after all. He said he thought he saw the oil bushes moving, but he couldn't be sure. I set Staines and Petrucci to beating the bushes, but nothing turned up. I thought, then, if we could get Bodkin right back, something might be done for him. Hagen nodded slowly. Quite right. As Goslin had been talking, the other had come in, and now Hagen turned to them. "What about Bodkin?" he asked. Bondeur, the tall, thin, gloomy-looking entomologist, said, "Not much hope, I'm afraid." He tapped his head. "The doctor says he's gone, like the others, alive but empty." Fenner sat up abruptly and slapped his hands together. "I'm certain I'm right," he said. "It must be some sort of animal. The fact that you didn't notice anything doesn't mean a thing. Any hostile animal would be exceedingly cautious and probably carefully camouflaged as well. The one thing you noticed, that it was so quiet, seems to me to indicate that something was prowling nearby." "That is so," said Goslin. "You remember, Hakim? There were no bird calls, no rustlings, none of the amphibians cheeping." Dark-faced Hakim nodded. Fenner went on. "I've said this before, and I'll say it again. It is possible, just possible, mind you, that this mental paralysis represents an emanation of some kind from a predator, a method of paralyzing its prey before attacking. Wasn't Bodkin off more or less by himself, away from the rest of you?" "That's right," Goslin said. "And the same was true of Lermontov and Parson? Both of them were alone, or at any rate a little apart from the rest?" He got to his feet. "I'll tell you one more thing I've noticed, on my own field trips, not only in areas A and B, but also in the bush. You're familiar with this, Bodkin. You were with me all 4 times. But I haven't told you yet, Hagen. Those large banks of red flowers always grow near marshy areas. The marshes are thick with those furry reeds, the ones that look like giant bulrushes that have opened their seed pods. I found 2 things. 1, numbers of bones and exoskeletons among the flowers and the reeds, and 2, in one place, in the mud, a definite mark as if a heavy body had rested there. There was a scent spore. The tracker confirmed it." Hagen twisted the point of his goatee between 2 fingers. "This is hardly proof of anything," he said. "Now, 1 minute. I agree, it's interesting and provocative. Was the spore fresh? It was. Well, it gives us something to think of. We have no definite indication, however." "No, of course not," Fenner said impatiently. "But we can't go on this way, losing a man almost every time we send out a party. We'll be afraid to set foot outside after a while, and how the devil can we study ecology under these circumstances? We've got to know what we're up against." Hagen stood up, too, and suddenly his wiry little body assumed great poise and authority. "Let me think about this," he said. "We'll have a meeting tonight of the entire station personnel, and we'll discuss the matter. But I want time to consider all the aspects of it." He went to the iris. "I want to look at Bodkin too," he said. "Take it easy, gentlemen." There was a short silence after he had left. Then Goslin, looking speculative at Fenner, said, "Look, if you're right, you know, it's interesting that in the month we've been here we haven't seen a single large animal, not one larger than a rabbit." "That doesn't mean much," said Hakim. "Imagine a station being set up in, say, Sussex. In 1 month, barring the animals that go with civilization, you would hardly expect to find anything larger than a fox, and nowadays you'd be hard put to it to find a fox at that." "Not quite apt, Hakim," Fenner said, "because in Sussex a larger predator, man, has cleared away all his lesser rivals. Is it possible that something has swept this region clean, and perhaps only the last few survivors are now hanging about? Perhaps they're delighted to have us visit them, eh?" He cracked the knuckles of his long bony fingers and strode restlessly to the iris. "I'm going to think about it too," he said. Goslin, as with a sort of clairvoyance, said, "Don't go jumping into things, Luke." No, of course not." Fenner went out into the corridor. There was a faint odour of pine that blew from the air conditioner and contrasted oddly with the almost hospital bareness of the hall. He walked down to his own room, musing, and glanced through the large window at the Orphic landscape. As the station's head ecologist, it was his duty to evaluate a great many aspects of the survey which might not be apparent even to the chief. For instance, assuming there was such a predator in the neighbourhood, what might be the probable results of trying to exterminate it? Or what was its relationship to a region in which there were so many winged creatures, birds they call them for the sake of simplicity, although they are actually flying marsupials and some very large insects, and so few ground animals that might serve as its prey? Was it itself winged, or, he asked himself, did its mind-paralyzing abilities serve to pluck birds out of the trees? He stiffened. Even while his mind had been busy with the subject, he had been automatically scanning the view with the involuntary precision of his profession. From the station, the cleared ground sloped away to a cluster of tall tree ferns whose upper branches, long and drooping like greatly oversized date palm fronds, brushed the mossy earth, and among those branches Fenner had seen something, long and glossy, move swiftly. All his attention focused at once on that spot. In the same instant, he whipped out the tiny binoculars he always carried in his side pocket and put them to his eyes. There was no doubt of it. Something was crouching in the shadow of the fronds. He had difficulty making it out, for it was a pale blue-green, but he had an impression of a heavy head and shoulders, and what appeared to be, incongruously, a bunch of feathers. Feather crest, he thought to himself, with a grin. Indians? The creature moved again. It slid sinuously out of the shadows and crouched on the moss. Its colour then changed to a darker green dappled with brown. Fenner saw through the glass that the bunch of feathers was a pair of antennae, similar to those of the larger moths, that sprang from the top of its narrow head. It had short legs and a slender body covered with short fine fur. The general effect was that of a smallish mountain lion. As he watched, the creature turned on its own length somewhat as a snake might turn, and glided out of sight over the edge of a ridge. Fenner did not hesitate. Without a second thought, he snatched up his plastic suit and zipped it on. The air of Orpheus was breathable, but the suits had been designed to prevent contact with possibly poisonous spores, pollen, plants, or insects. He took down a Remington which was capable of delivering a bolt sufficient to stun a bear at 30 yards. His intention was to capture the beast for study, not to kill it. He also clipped to his belt a Mark III collecting net, a light, strong, fine mesh net in a capsule the size of an old-fashioned hand grenade. Then he let himself out the side lock and ran quickly across the moss towards the spot where the beast had vanished. The moss was crushed and flattened where the thing had lain, and he touched the selector of his wrist tracker and held it over the spot. The scent cell glowed, and the tiny needle swung over to point. Fenner followed it over the ridge and down the hill on the other side. The forest began at the foot of the hill, and beyond, looming above the foliage, were the peaks of distant mountains, hazy in the faintly greenish air. Somewhere beyond those peaks the archaeological survey was at work, and there was something comforting and neighbourly in the thought. The light was always crepuscular here, and because of the colour of Orpheus' sun, the sky had a green tint as of a summer pool. This green, against which the dark brown moss and lighter colours of the trees shimmered like waterweed, was extremely restful and yet alien, so that in 4 weeks Fenner had not been able to accustom himself to it. He felt always as if he were walking in a dream, as if his limbs were weighted and languid, although in fact the purity of the air made him feel more vigorous than ever before in his 45 years. He entered the forest, which here was composed chiefly of a grey-stemmed tree, very slender and rigid, with a crown of glossy red-brown leaves. The tall boles rose straight out of the moss, and there was little underbrush, so that it was almost like a planted park. The needle of the tracker led him on a winding course, but he was not afraid of becoming lost, for if by some mischance his homing compass, which was always set for the station, should fail, he had only to follow his own footsteps back with the tracker. The trail led for 1/2 mile or so through the grey trees. Now and then one of the long-tailed birds flashed like a shining jewel across some cleared space, the yellow-green sunlight glistening on its fur. Once in a while a giant jointed thing, like a centipede, fluttered lazily past on wide, scaly wings. From the tree-tops came whistles and hoarse calls. He came at last to the bank of a rushing stream, and the needle halted. The beast had taken to the water. Fenner decided to cast up and down the bank for a little way, in case it had come out on the same side again. He had walked only a short distance, when suddenly he had the distinct feeling that he was under observation. He glanced down at the tracker. The needle had swung over to the right. He turned slowly in that direction, at the same time cautiously raising his gun. In the corner of his eye, movement flickered. He braced himself and tapped the firing button. A halo of white light surrounded the muzzle, and there was the dull crump of the discharge. He saw a flurry in the leaves of the oil bushes that grew here and there among the trees. Leaves and bits of branches flew. A mottled grey and brown shape darted like a streak away between the trees. Fenner ran after it. He began to pant for breath, and sweat dripped into his eyes. The trail led upstream now, and soon the stream grew more sluggish and broadened, and the grey trees thinned away. There were dank, twisted plants here, some of them 8 or 10 feet high, and wide stretches of reeds between which gleamed brown water and patches of oily mud. A chorus of chirps sounded from the marsh, dying away at his approach and starting again when he moved on. Without warning, the needle of the tracker spun round, and Fenner stopped. At the same instant, a lithe form shot out of the reeds toward him. He dodged, throwing himself to the ground. The beast bounded past him and turned. Fenner rolled over and sat up, groping in the moss for his gun. For a moment they regarded each other, Fenner trying to bring his gun into position. The creature, he saw, had a wedge-shaped face, narrower at the top where the feathery antennae were, wide at the jaw which now gaped, showing a double row of small but sharp teeth. Its eyes were round and large, and bulged as a frog's do. They were completely dark purple, showing no trace of white. They swiveled forward to stare at him, and as he braced his weapon, the beast made a coughing sound and sprang into the reeds. All was quiet again. Fenner got up slowly, holding his gun ready, and glanced at his tracker. There was a crack across the face of it, and the needle was motionless. It had struck against a stone when he fell. He tried to see into the reeds, but he knew it was hopeless. By now, the animal must have changed its colour and pattern, and without the tracker to guide him, he could distinguish it nothing. He commenced to walk upstream, in the hope of somehow flanking it. He unclipped his net capsule and held it ready. It seemed to him that there was a slight movement in the marsh. He stopped. There was no sound about him. The chirpings in the water had ceased, and there was a quality of hush in the air, an almost ominous tenseness, as though the marsh itself were waiting for him. He began to feel a little frightened. He looked from side to side. Where was the thing? He had not realized how much it depended on the wrist tracker. He found that he was trembling, and the perspiration stung his eyes so that he had to keep blinking. Cautiously, he slipped one of his gloved hands under the edge of the hood and wiped his eyes. Something rustled slightly in the oil bushes. These were thick clumps of low shrubs, their branches a naked and repellent pink, covered with spiny leaves on which a thick, pungent oil gathered during each day. It apparently served to attract small insects which the leaves closed over in much the same way as the Venus flycatcher on Earth. Fenner went towards the bushes, moving very slowly, his gun tight against his hip, his net capsule in his left hand. There was nothing in the bushes, and yet he thought the moss beneath them looked flattened, as if something had lain there watchfully. Were there two of the beasts? Was one still in the marsh among the reeds, while its mate stalked him here? His spine crept, and he glanced over his shoulder. He went softly on, Beyond the bushes, the ground rose again in a high bank that overlooked the marsh, and all along this bank grew the lustrous red flowers. They were larger than poppies, emphatically vermilion, so that they stood out among the dark greens and browns. They had hairy stalks as thick as a man's wrist, and all about them buzzed the snouted little beetles the survey team had named Leptorinus. Fenner stood before the flowers thoughtfully. Their leaves were broad and close to the ground, but underneath one of them he could see a small cage of white, the clean rib bones of some animal. He went closer, bending to peer. Brittle bones, some with rags of skin clinging to them, were scattered here and there on the ground. There were also the empty wing cases of some very large flying insects, as big as crows, spotted yellow and black. If he was right, this was the lair of the beast itself, and just beyond these flowers, and even among them, itself vermilion now, the thing might be lying. He straightened cautiously, holding himself ready for a sudden attack, and as he came erect, he was conscious of a curious light-headedness. It was like inhaling too much oxygen. His ears rang, and he felt giddy. He took a step, and it was as if the ground heaved under his feet like a living thing. A group of flowers before his eyes appeared to increase in size and to sway towards him. He shook his head to dispel the illusion. He staggered a few steps away, and it seemed to him that the flowers reached after him on stalks that became incredibly elongated, like red worms, bristling all their length with coarse hairs. At that precise instant, the beast charged. Fenner saw it in mid-air, and in his dizziness it seemed to move very slowly, so slowly that his automatic movement with the net capsule was, by comparison, leisurely. He squeezed the capsule. The net shot out and opened in the air. It missed the beast by an inch or so and fell among the flowers. The beast struck Fenner full in the chest and bowled him over. Its antennae bent towards his face. All his weight rested on him. Its jaws were open. He closed his eyes. Gosling and Hakim, using their wrist trackers, found them less than half an hour later. Hakim, a little in the rear, threw up his gun, but Fenner snapped, "Don't shoot!" "Are you all right?" Gosling said, incredulously. Fenner was sitting up with one arm around the neck of the beast, which, at Hakim's movement, had recoiled. "I'm fine," he said. "Speak softly." What is that thing?" Hakim asked. Fenner looked at the animal. It was now brown, with a bluish tinge from the surface of his plastic suit. He patted its head, and the thing put out a slender tongue and licked his mask. "I can tell you what it isn't," he grinned. "It isn't very dangerous. Judging by its teeth and general appearance, I suspect it hunts amphibians in the swamp, or perhaps goes after water creatures like an otter." "So it does live in the swamp," said Gosling. "Yes. Why haven't we seen it before?" "It's timid," Fenner replied. "There were always so many of us, and we made so much noise. Alone as I was, it was less frightened of me, although I must have scared it by firing at it. I thought it was stalking me. As a matter of fact," he added, "it was stalking me, but not for the purpose I imagined." "What do you mean?" Hakim said. "Why, appearances are deceiving. If a man who had never seen a dog before were to see one jump up on its master, he might think the creature was attacking the man. Putting two and two together, I was sure this animal lived among the red flowers and was stalking me for its dinner. But it was stalking me, and it rushed at me, only because it wanted to protect me." "Protect you? From what?" "Well, I was right, you see. There is a beast of prey here which uses a form of mind paralysis in order to stun its victims." He motioned over its shoulder. "Those are the real predators, those red flowers." He looked at the lovely bank of vermilion and shuddered. "I should judge that their use of the mind paralysis is automatic, but we are too big and too many for them to actually attack us. That is why, although poor Bodkin and the others succumbed, the flowers never tried to go for them. If you look over there, you'll see the remains of my Mark III net. It fell amongst them, and they devoured most of it before they realized that it wasn't alive. He stood up. The beast nuzzled his calf, and he stroked its neck behind the feathery stalks. "I can't tell you how it's done," he went on, "because it's only just happened to me. We'll have to study it, but apparently this creature has the ability, by means of these antennae of his, to counter or nullify the mind-destroying waves of the flowers." "Great heavens!" Gaucelin exclaimed. "Then it must have been lurking, one like it at any rate, each time we came near the flowers." "Yes, it would have saved Bodkin," Fenner said, "but it was afraid of the rest of you. You were so many, so noisy." "But why should it try to save us?" Hakim said. "If it's an animal, I mean." Fenner shrugged. "Why did the first dog become domesticated, and how did it happen? Perhaps," he said softly, "there were once other beings here who were its masters. One thing is clear to me. This creature is very intelligent, and like all intelligent creatures it has a profound need." "For food, you mean? Or shelter?" "Oh, of course, for food, shelter, propagation, and so on. No," said Fenner, smiling. "It's a deeper need than that." "What?" "Affection," said Fenner, and he set off walking with the beast at his heels. The end. Subscribe for more at storiesoffuturespast.substack.com. And now for the next story. Oh, Rats by Miriam Allen DeFord. Originally published in Galaxy Magazine, December 1961. Narrated by Tom Trussel. SK-540, the 27th son of two very ordinary white laboratory rats, surveyed his world. He was no more able than any other rat to possess articulate speech, or to use his paws as hands. All he had was a brain which, relative to its size, was superior to any rats that had hitherto appeared on Earth. It was enough. In the first week of gestation his embryo had been removed to a more suitable receptacle than the maternal womb, and his brain had been stimulated with orthedrin, maxiton, and glutamic acid. It had been continuously irrigated with blood. One hemisphere had been activated far in excess of the other, since previous experiments had shown that increased lack of symmetry between the hemispheres produced superior mentality. The end result was an enormous increase in brain cells in both hemispheres. His brain showed also a marked increase in cholinsterase over that of other rats. SK-540, in other words, was a super rat. The same processes had been applied to all his brothers and sisters. Most of them had died. The few who did not failed to show the desired results, or showed them in so lopsided and partial a manner that it was necessary to destroy them. All of this, of course, had been mere preparation and experimentation with a view to later developments in human subjects. What SK-540's gods had not anticipated was that they would produce a creature mentally the superior, not only of his fellow rats, but also, in some respects, of themselves. He was a super rat, but he was still a rat. His world of dreams and aspirations was not human, but murine. What would you do if you were a brilliant, moody young super rat caged in a laboratory? SK-540 did it. What human beings desired was health, freedom, wealth, love, and power. So did SK-540. But to him health was taken for granted. Freedom was freedom from cages, traps, cats, and dogs. Wealth meant shelter from cold and rain and plenty to eat. Love meant a constant supply of available females. But power! It was in his longing for power that he most revealingly displayed his status as super rat. Therefore, Once he had learned how to open his cage, he was carefully selective of the companions, actually the followers, whom he would release to join his midnight hegria from the laboratory. Only the meekest and most subservient of the males, intelligent but not too intelligent, and the most desirable and amiable of the females were invited. Once free of the cages, SK-540 had no difficulty in leading his troop out of the building. The door of the laboratory was locked, but a window was slightly open from the top. Rats can climb up or down. Like a silver ribbon, they flowed along the dark street, SK-540 looking exactly like all the rest, at their head. Only one person in a deserted street seems to have noticed them, and he did not understand the nature of the phenomenon. Young Mr. and Mrs. Philip Winston started housekeeping in what had once been a mansion. It was now a run-down eyesore. It had belonged to Nora Vinson's great-aunt Martha, who had left it to her in her will. The estate was in litigation, but the executor had permitted the Vinsons to settle down in the house, though they weren't allowed yet to sell it. It had no modern conveniences, and was full of rooms they couldn't use and heavy, old-fashioned furniture. But it was solidly built, and near the laboratory where he worked as a technician, and they could live rent-free until they could sell the house and use the money to buy a real home. "Something funny happened in the lab last night," Philip reported, watching Nora struggle with dinner on the massive coal stove. "Somebody broke in and stole about half our experimental animals, and they got our pride and joy." "The famous SK-540?" Nora asked. "The same. Actually, it wasn't a break-in. It must have been an inside job. The cages were open, but there were no signs of breaking and entering. We're all under suspicion until they find out who done it." Nora looked alarmed. "You too? What on earth would anybody want with a lot of laboratory rats? They aren't worth anything, are they? Financially, I mean." "Not a cent. That's why I'm sure one of the clean-up kids must have done it. Probably wanted them for pets. They're all tame, of course, not like wild rats, though they can bite like wild rats if they want to. Some of the ones missing are treated, and some are controls. It would just be a nuisance if they hadn't taken SK-540. Now they've got to find him, or do about 5 years' work over again, without any assurance of so great a success, to say nothing of letting our super-rat loose on the world." "What on earth would even a super-rat do that would matter? To human beings, I mean." "Nobody knows. Maybe that's what we're going to find out." That night, Nora woke suddenly with a loud scream. Philip got the gas lighted. There was no electricity in the old house, and held her shaking body in his arms. She found her breath at last long enough to sob. "It was a rat! A rat ran right over my face!" "You're dreaming, darling. It's because I told you about the theft at the lab. There couldn't be rats in this place. It's too solidly built, from the basement up." He finally got her to sleep again, but he lay awake for a long time, listening. Nothing happened. Rats can't talk, but they can communicate. About the time Nora Vincent dropped off after a frightened awakening, SK-550 was confronting a culprit. The culprit was one of the liberated males. His beady eyes tried to gaze into the implacable ones of SK-540, but his tail twitched nervously, and if he bared his teeth, it was more in terror than in fight. They all knew that strict orders had been given not to disturb the humans in the house until SK-540 had all his preparations made. A little more of that silent communication, and the rat who had run over Nora's face knew he had only 2 choices: have his throat slit or get out. He got. "What do you know?" Philip said that evening. "One of our rats came back." "By itself?" "Yeah. I never heard of such a thing. It was one of the experimental ones, so it was smarter than most, though not such an awful lot. I never heard of a rat with a homing instinct before. But when we opened up this morning, there he was, sitting in his cage, ready for breakfast. Speaking of breakfast, I thought I asked you to buy a big box of oatmeal on your way home yesterday. It's about the only thing in the way of cereal I can manage in that old stove. I did buy it. Don't you remember? I left it in the kitchen. Well, it wasn't there this morning. All I know is that you're going to have nothing but toast and coffee tomorrow. We seem to be out of eggs, too, and bacon, and I thought we had half a pound left of that cheese, but that's gone too. Good Lord, Nora, if you've got that much marketing to do, can't you do it yourself? Sure, if you leave the car. I'm not going to walk all that way and back. So, of course, Philip did do the shopping the next day. Besides, Nora had just remembered she had a date at the hairdresser's. When he got home, her hair was still uncurled, and she was in hysterics. One of the many amenities Great Aunt Martha's house lacked was a telephone. Anyway, Nora couldn't have been coherent over one. She cast herself, shuddering and crying, into Philip's arms, and it was a long time before he got her soothed enough for her to gasp, "Philip, they wouldn't let me out." "They? Who? What do you mean?" The rats. The white rats. They made a ring around me at the front door so I couldn't open it. I ran to the back, and they beat me there and did the same thing. I even tried the windows, but it was no use. And their teeth. I guess I went to pieces. I started throwing things at them and they just dodged. I yelled for help, but there's nobody near enough to hear. Then I gave up and ran in our bedroom and slammed the door on them, but they left guards outside. I heard them squeaking till you drove up. Then I heard them run away. Philip stared at her, scared to death. His wife had lost her mind. Now, sweetheart," he said soothingly. "Let's get this straight. They fired a lab boy today. They found 4 of our rats in his home. He told some idiotic story of having found them, with the others missing, running loose on the street that night. But of course, he stole them. He must have sold the rest of them to other kids. They're working on that now." Nora blew her nose and wiped her eyes. She had regained her usual calm. "Philip Winston," she said coldly, "are you accusing me of lying or just of being crazy? I'm neither. I saw and heard those rats. They're here now. What's more, I guess I know where that oatmeal went, and the eggs and bacon too, and the cheese. I'm a hostage." "I don't suppose," she added sarcastically, "that your SK-540 was one of the ones they found in the boy's home?" "No, it wasn't," he acknowledged uneasily. A nasty little icy trickle stole down his spine. "All right, Nora, I give in. You take the poker and I'll take the hammer, and we'll search this house from cellar to attic." "You won't find them," said Nora bitterly. "SK-540 is too smart. They'll stay inside the walls and keep quiet." "Then we'll find the holes they went through and rout them out." They didn't, of course. There wasn't a sign of a rat hole, or of a rat. They got through dinner and the evening somehow. Nora put all the food not in cans inside the old-fashioned icebox, which took the place of a refrigerator. Philip thought he was too disturbed to be able to sleep, but he did, and Nora, exhausted, was asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. His last doubt of his wife's sanity vanished when, the next morning, they found the icebox door open and half the food gone. "That settles it," Philip announced. "Come on, Nora, put your coat on. You're coming with me to the lab and report what's happened. They'll find those creatures if they have to tear the house apart to do it. That boy must have been telling the truth." "You couldn't keep me away," Nora responded. "I'll never spend another minute alone in this house while those dreadful things are in it." But of course, when they got to the front door, There they were, circling them, their teeth bared. The same with the back door and all the first-floor windows. "That's SK-540 all right, leading them," Philip whispered through clenched jaws. He could smash them all, he supposed, in time, with what weapons he had, but he worked in the laboratory. He knew their value to science, especially SK-540s. Rats couldn't talk, he knew, and they couldn't understand human speech. Nevertheless, some kind of communication might establish itself. SK-540's eyes were too intelligent not to believe that he was getting the gist of talk directed to him. "This is utterly ridiculous," Philip grated. "If you won't let us out, how can we keep bringing food into the house for you? We'll all starve, you and we together." He could have sworn SK-540 was considering, but he guessed the implicit answer. Let either one of them out, now they knew the rats were there, and men from the laboratory would come quickly and overwhelm and carry off the besiegers. It was a true impasse. "Philip," Nora reminded him, "if you don't go to work, they know we haven't a phone, and somebody will be here pretty soon to find out if anything's wrong." But that wouldn't help, Philip reflected gloomily. They'd let anyone in and keep them there. And he thought to himself, and was careful not to say it aloud, rats are rats, even if they are 25th generation laboratory born. When the other food was gone, there would be human meat. He did not want to look at them any more. He took Nora's arm and turned away into their bedroom. They stayed there all day, too upset to think of eating, talking and talking to no conclusion. As dusk came on, they did not light the gas. Exhausted, they lay down on the bed without undressing. After a while, there was a quiet scratching at the door. "Don't let them in," Nora whispered. Her teeth were chattering. "I must there," he whispered back. "It isn't them. I'm sure of it. It's just SK-540 himself. I've been expecting him. We've got to reach some kind of understanding." "With a rat?" "With a super rat. We have no choice." Philip was right. SK-540 alone stood there, and sidled in as the door closed solidly again behind him. How could one communicate with a rat? Philip could think of no way except to pick him up, place him where they were face to face, and talk. "Are your followers outside?" he asked. A rodent's face can have no expression, but Philip caught a glance of contempt in the beady eyes. The slaves were doubtless bedded down in their hideaway, with strict orders to stay there and keep quiet. "You know," Philip Vincent went on, "I could kill you, very easily." The words would mean nothing to SK-540. The tone might. He watched the beady eyes. There was nothing in them but intelligent attention, no flicker of fear. "Or I could tie you up and take you to the laboratory and let them decide whether to keep you or kill you. We are all much bigger and stronger than you. Without your army, you can't intimidate us." There was, of course, no answer. But SK-540 did a startling and touching thing. He reached out one front paw, as if in appeal. Nora caught her breath in astonishment. He just wants to be free," she said in a choked whisper. "You mean you're not afraid of him any more?" "You said yourself he couldn't intimidate us without his army." Philip thought a minute. Then he said slowly, "I wonder if we had the right to do this to him in the first place. He would have been an ordinary laboratory rat, mindless and contented. We've made him into a neurotic alien in this world." "You're not responsible, darling. You're a technician, not a biochemist. I share the responsibility. We all do. So what? The fact remains that it was done, and here he is, and here we are. The doorbell rang. Philip and Nora exchanged glances. SK-540 watched them. It's probably Kelly from the lab, Philip said, trying to find out why I wasn't there today. It's just about quitting time, and he lives nearest us. Nora astonished him. She picked up SK-540 from the bedside table where Philip had placed him, and hid him under a pillow. Get rid of whoever it is, she said defensively. Philip stared for an instant, then walked briskly downstairs. He was back in a few minutes. It was Kelly, all right, he told her. I said you were sick, and I couldn't leave you to phone. I said I'd be there tomorrow. Now what? SK-540's white whiskers emerged from under the pillow, and he jumped over to the table again. Nora's cheeks were pink. When it came to the point, I just couldn't, she explained, shamefacedly. I suddenly realized that he's a person. I couldn't let him be taken back to prison. Aren't you frightened any more? Not of him. She faced the super rat squarely. Look, she said, if we take care of you, will you get rid of that gang of yours so we can be free too? That's nonsense, Nora, Philip objected. He can't possibly understand you. Dogs and cats learn to understand enough, and he's smarter than any dog or cat that ever lived. But... The words froze on his lips. SK-540 had jumped to the floor and run to the door. There he stood and looked back at them, his tail twitching. He wants us to follow him, Nora murmured. There was no sign of a hole in the black wall of the disused pantry, but behind it they could hear squeaks and rustlings. SK-540 scratched delicately at the almost invisible cracks. A section of the wall, 2 by 4 inches, fell out on the floor. So that's where some of the oatmeal went, Nora commented. Made into paste. Shh! SK-540 vanished through the hole. They waited, listening to incomprehensible sounds. Outside it had grown dark. Then the leader emerged and stood to one side of the long line that pattered through the hole. The 2 humans stared, fascinated, as the line made straight for the back door and under it. SK-540 stayed where he was. Will they go back to the lab? Nora asked. Philip shrugged. It doesn't matter. Some of them may. I feel like a traitor. I don't. I feel like one of those people who hid escaped war prisoners in Europe. When the rats were all gone, they turned to SK-540, but without a glance at them he re-entered the hiding place. In a minute he returned, herding 2 white rats before him. He stood still, obviously expectant. Philip squatted on his heels. He picked up the 2 refugees and looked them over. Both females, he announced briefly, and both pregnant. Is he the father? Who else? He'd see to that. And will they inherit his super ratism? That's the whole point. That's the object of the entire experiment. And we're going to try it soon. The 3 white rats had scarcely moved. The 2 mothers-to-be had apparently fallen asleep. Only SK-540 stood quietly eyeing the humans. When they left him to find a place where they could talk in private, he did not follow them. It comes down to this, Philip said at the end of half an hour's fruitless discussion. We promised him, or as good as. He believed us and trusted us. But if we keep to our promise, we're really traitors to the human race. You mean, If the offspring should inherit his brain power, they might overrun us all.
Not might, would.
So?
So it's an insoluble problem, on our terms. We have to think of this as a war, and of them as our enemies. But what is our word of honour to a rat?
But to a super rat, to SK-540, as if called, SK-540 appeared. Had he been listening? Had he understood? Neither of them dared to voice the question aloud in his presence. Later, Philip murmured.
We must eat, said Nora. Let's see what's left in the way of food.
Everything tasted flat. They weren't very hungry after all. There was enough left over to feed the 3 rats, but they had evidently helped themselves earlier. They left the scraps untasted. Neither of the humans guessed what else had vanished from the pantry shelves. What, when he had heard enough, SK-540 had slipped away and sprinkled on the remaining contents of the icebox, wherever the white powder would not show. They did not know until it was too late, until both of them lay writhing in their last spasms on the bedroom floor. By the time the house was broken into and their bodies found, SK-540 and his 2 wives were far away and safe. And this, children, is the true account handed down by tradition from the days of our great founder, of how the human race ceased to exist and we took over the world.
The end. Subscribe for more at storiesoffuturespast.substack.com. And now for the next story.
The Drug by C.C. MacApp. Originally published in Galaxy Magazine, February 1961. Narrated by Tom Trussel. Amos Parry, a regional manager for Whelan Inc., Farm and Ranch Chemicals and Feeds, had come to work a few minutes early and was waiting in the lab when Frank Barnes arrived. He saw that the division's chief chemist was even more nervous than usual, so he invested a few minutes in soothing small talk before saying, "Frank, sales is beginning to push for that new hormone." Immediately Barnes came unsoothed. "Bill Detrick was on the phone about it yesterday, Mr. Parry. I'm sorry I was abrupt with him." Amos grinned. "If you were, he hasn't had a chance to mention it to me yet, but I think we'd better light a fire under the thing. We'll probably get a blast from Buffalo before long. How many men do you have on it?" "Well, 2 helping with routine work, but I've done most of it myself, evenings and weekends. I didn't want anybody to know too much about it, Mr. Parry. I'm worried about it." "Worried? How do you mean?" "Well, let me show you the litter we've been testing it on." The pigs were in pens outside the lab. Amos had seen figures on weight gain and general health. The latter was what promised to be sensational, but hadn't seen the animals for 2 weeks. He eyed the first bunch. "How old is that boar pig?" "Not quite 4 months." Amos was no expert, but he'd spent many hours on customers' farms, and he thought the animal looked more mature than that. So did the shoats in the same pen, though they tended more to fat. All of the group had an odd look, certainly not normal for Yorkshires of their age. He thought of wild hogs. "Is it just the general health factor?" he asked. "I don't think so, Mr. Parry. You remember I told you this wasn't actually a hormone?" "I know. You wanted to call it that for secrecy, you told me." "Yes, sir, but I didn't tell you what it really was. Mr. Parry, are you familiar with hypnotics? Mescaline especially." "No, I'm not, Frank." "Well, it's a drug that causes strong hallucinations. This is a chemical derivative of it." Amos grinned again. "Pipe dreams for hogs?" He quit grinning as implication struck him. If this thing didn't pan out after the money they'd spent and the rumours that had been seeped out, there'd be some nasty questions from Buffalo. And if it did, and they began selling it... "What would it do to human beings?" asked Amos. Barnes avoided his eyes. "That's one of the things I'm worried about," he said. "I want to show you another pig." This one was isolated in its own pen, and it looked even stranger than its siblings. In the first place, its hair was thicker and black. There was an oddness in its shape, and a vaguely familiar sinuousness in the way it moved that made Amos's skin prickle. "What's wrong with it?" he asked. "It's healthy, except for the way it looks and acts." "Same litter and dosage?" "Yes, sir. All of them got just one dose. The effects seemed to be permanent." They were leaning over the fence, and the animal was looking up at them. There was an oddity in its eyes. Not intelligence exactly, but something unpig-like. Abruptly it stood up on its hind legs, putting its forefeet against the fence and raising its head toward them. It squealed as if begging for attention. Amos knew that pigs made affectionate pets. Drawn to it as well as repelled, he reached down and patted it, and the squealing stopped. It was standing too easily in that position, and suddenly Amos recognized what was familiar about it. He jerked his hand away, feeling a strong desire for soap and water. "How long's it been this way?" "It's changed fast in the last week." Amos looked toward the doorway of the lab, just inside of which a large black tomcat sat watching them. "Is the cat out here a lot?" Barnes' eyes went to the cat, widened, and turned back to the pig. He looked as ill as Amos felt. When Amos got to his office, his sales manager was already waiting. His mind only half present, Amos sized up the stuffed briefcase and the wider-than-necessary smile as he responded automatically to the amenities. "Just get back?" he asked. "Early train. Darned plane's grounded again." Detrick looked full of energy, though he'd undoubtedly rushed home, shaved, showered, and changed, and hurried to the office with no rest. He sat down, extracted papers from the briefcase, and beamed. "Wrote up the Peach Association." "He'll give me the good news first," Amos thought. Fine, he said. "The whole year?" "Yep. Got a check from the almond growers, too. All paid up now." "Good," said Amos, and waited. It came. "Say, I was talking to Frank Barnes about that new hormone he's got, and he seemed a little negative about it. When do you think we can have it?" It was a temptation to answer with false optimisms and duck the issue for a while, but Amos said, "The slowest thing will be state and federal testing and registration. I'd say not less than a year." Detrick nodded. "Competition's selling more and more stuff that's not registered." "Fly-by-night outfits, and they're always getting caught." Detrick smiled. "Every night they fly away with more business." Amos managed a smile, though the argument was old and weary. "We'll put it up to Buffalo if you want to, Bill. You know I can't okay it myself." Detrick dropped the subject, not being a man to beat his head against a stone wall if there were ways around it, and for the next hour Amos had to listen to the troubles. Competition had cut prices on this, upped active ingredients and that, put such and such a new product on the market. Whelan's factories and warehouses already groaned under a crippling diversity of products, but sales didn't feel that was their problem. And even the credit policies needed revising. But the worst of all was a $15,000 claim for damage to pear trees caused by a bad batch of Whelan's arsenical insecticide. Amos got rid of Detrick with a few definite concessions, some tentative ones and some standoffs. He made sure no one was waiting to see him and told his secretary he didn't want to be bothered before lunch. He had a lunch date with a customer and dreaded it. It meant 3 or 4 highballs, and overeating, and an upset stomach later. Before then, though, he had a few minutes to try to get his mind straightened out. He mixed a glassful of the stuff he was supposed to take about now. The complete executive, he thought, with physician and prescription attached. It didn't seem possible that this same body had once breezed through anything from football to fried potatoes. Mechanically, his mind on the lab's pigs, he got a small bag of grain out of a desk drawer. He hoped nobody, except his secretary, of course, knew he wasted time feeding pigeons. But it helped his nerves, and he felt he had a right to one or two eccentricities. They were already waiting. Some of them knew him and didn't shoo off when he opened the window and scattered grain on the ledge outside. A few ate from his hand. It was a crisp day, but the sun slanting into the window was warm. He leaned there, watching the birds. More were circling in now, and looking out over the industrial part of the city. The rude shapes were softened by haze, and there was nothing noisy close by. He could almost imagine it as some country landscape. He looked at his watch, sighed, pulled his head in, and shut the window. The air conditioner's hiss replaced the outside sounds. Not even imagination could get rid of the city for long. Going through the outer office, he saw that Alice Grant, his secretary, already had her lunch out on her desk. She was a young 30, not very tall, and just inclined to plumpness. She wore her blonde hair pulled back into a knot that didn't succeed in making her look severe, and her features were well formed and regular, if plain. Amos noticed a new bruise on one cheek, and wondered how long she'd stay with her sot of a husband. There were no children to hold her. "I'll probably be back late," he said. "Anything for this afternoon?" "Just Jim at 2:30 and the union agent at 3. The lunch didn't go too badly, lubricated as the customer liked it, and Amos was feeling only hazily uneasy when he got back. A stormy session with his plant superintendent jarred him into the normal disquiet. Jim Glover was furious at having to take the $15,000 claim, though it was clearly a factory error. He also fought a stubborn delaying action before giving Amos a well-hedged estimate of $50,000 to equip for the new drug. He complained that Frank Barnes hadn't given him enough information. Amos was still trembling from that encounter when the union business agent arrived. The lunch was beginning to lump up, and it didn't spar effectively. Not that it made much difference. The union was going to have a raise, or else. By the time he'd squirmed through that interview, then dictated a few letters, it was time to go home. He hoped his wife would be out, so he could take some of his prescription and relax, but she met him at the door with a verbal barrage. Their son, nominally a resident of the house, had gotten ticketed with the college crowd for drunken driving, and Amos was to get it fixed. The Templetons were coming for the weekend. Her brother's boy was graduating and thought he might accept a position with Amos. She paused and studied him. "I hope this isn't one of your grumpy evenings. The Ashtons are coming for bridge." His control slipped a little, and he expressed himself pungently on Wednesday night bridge, after a nightclub party on Tuesday and a formless affair at somebody's house on Monday. She stared at him without compassion or comprehension. "Well, they're all business associates of yours. I wonder where you think you'd be without a wife who was willing to entertain." He'd been getting a lot of that lately. She was squeezing the role of executive's wife for the last drop of satisfaction. Well, since he couldn't relax with his indigestion, there was only one thing to do. He headed for the bar. "Now don't get tipsy before dinner," she called after him. He got through the evening well enough, doused with martinis, and the night that followed was no worse than most. At 9 the next morning, the call he'd been expecting from Buffalo came through. "Hello, Stu," he said to the president of the company. "Hello, Amos. Still morning out there, eh? How's the family? Good. Say, Amos, couple of things. This big factory charge. Production screaming. It was definitely a bad batch, Stu. Well, that's it then. Question is, how did it happen? Jim Glover says he needs another control chemist. Hope you're not practicing false economy out there. We wanted to hire another man, Stu, but Buffalo turned it down. You should have brought it to me personally if it was that important. It's going to take a big bite out of your year's profit. Been able to get your margin up any? Amos didn't feel up to pointing out that sales wanted lower prices and the union wanted higher wages, so that the margin would get even worse. He described a couple of minor economies he's been able to find, and mentioned the contract with the Peach Association. Yes, I heard about that, said the president of the company. Nice piece of business. By the way, how are you coming on that animal hormone? That was the main reason for the call, of course. Detrick had undoubtedly phoned east and intimated that Amos was dragging his feet on a potential bonanza. I was going to call you on that, Stu. It'll take a year to test and get registered and... Amos, I hope you're not turning conservative on us. The message was plain. Amos countered automatically. You know me better than that, Stu. It's the legal department I'm worried about. If they set up a lot of roadblocks, we may need you to run interference. You know I'm always right behind you, Amos. That's true, thought Amos as he hung up. Right behind me. A hell of a place to run interference. He knew exactly what to expect. If he tried to cut corners, the legal department would scream about proper testing and registration. Production would say he was pushing Jim Glover unreasonably, and everyone who could would assume highly moral positions astraddle the fence. A ton of paperwork would go to Buffalo to be distributed among 50 desks and expertly stalled. Not to mention that this was no ordinary product. He realized for the first time that the government might not let him produce it, let alone sell it, even as a minute percentage in feeds. If it was a narcotic, it could be misused. His buzzer sounded, and he was surprised when Mrs. Grant announced Frank Barnes. It was out of character for Frank not to make a formal appointment first. One look told Amos what was coming. He listened to Frank's resignation with a fraction of his mind, while the rest of it mused upon the purposeful way things were converging. Barnes stopped talking, and Amos said mechanically, "You've been part of the team for a long time, Frank. It's especially awkward to lose you just now." It was banal, but it didn't matter. He wasn't going to change the man's mind anyway. He looked closer. The timidity was gone. So were the eyeglasses. A frightening thought struck him. "You've taken some of that drug." Barnes grinned and handed a small vial full of powder across the desk, along with a file folder. "Last night," he said, "between frustration with the job and curiosity about this stuff, I yielded to temptation." Amos took the vial and folder. "What are these for?" "So you can destroy them if you want to. I've doctored up the lab records to make the whole thing look like a false alarm. You're holding all that's left of the whole program." Amos looked for signs of irrationality and saw none. "Do you feel all right?" "Better than you can imagine. But let me tell you what you're up against. I can at least do that for you, Mr. Barry." "Thanks. Don't you suppose you could call me Amos now?" "Sure, Amos. First of all, you were right about that pig trying to imitate the cat. He couldn't do much because he only had a pig's brain to work with." He stopped and grinned, evidently at Amos's expression. "I'll try to explain. What is an animal? Physically, I mean." Amos shook his head. "You've got the floor." "All right. An animal is a colony of cells. Different kinds of cells form organs and do different things for the colony, but each cell has a life of its own, too. When it dies, a new one of the same kind takes over. But what regulates the colony? What maintains the pattern? Amos waited. Part of it's automatic replacement, cell for cell. But beyond that, there's a control, and it's the unconscious mind. He paused and studied Amos. You think I'm theorizing. I'm not. That drug broke down some barriers, and I see all this as you see your own fingers moving. Amos remembered the mention of hallucinations. Barnes grinned again. Let's say it's only 1% awake and walled off from the conscious mind. What would happen if something removed the wall and woke up the other 99%? Remembering the pig, it was impossible not to feel a cold seal of belief. Amos dreaded what was coming next. Clearly, it would be a demonstration. Barnes held out his hand, palm up. In a few seconds, a pink spot appeared. It turned red, oozed dismayingly, and became a small pool of blood. Barnes let it stay for a moment, then wiped it off with a handkerchief. There was no more bleeding. That's something I can do fast, he said. I opened the pores, directed blood to them, then closed them again. Amos, do you believe in werewolves? Amos wanted to jump up and shout, No, you're insane, but he could only sit, staring. I could move that thumb around to the other side of my hand, Barnes said thoughtfully. I'm still exploring, but I don't think even the bone would take too long. You'll notice I don't need glasses anymore. The buzzer buzzed. Amos jumped, and from habit answered. Bill Detrick and that customer are here, Mr. Parry, came Alice Grance's voice. I ask them to wait, he managed. His mind was a muddle. He needed time. You, Frank, will you stay for a few days? Sure. I'm in no hurry now. And while you're thinking, let me give you a few hints. No more cripples or disease. No ugly people, unless they choose to be. And no law. No law? How would you police such a world? A man could change his face at will, or his fingerprints, even his teeth. Probably he could do things I can't imagine yet. The buzzer went again, with Mrs. Grant's subtle urgency. Amos ignored it, yet he hardly knew when Frank left the room. He realized the chemist had done him a favour. The selfish thing would have been to keep the secret and the boon all to himself. Instead, he'd given Amos the choice. But what was the choice? Suppressing the drug would cost him his job. There was no doubt about that. He was standing with his back to the door when he heard it open. He turned and faced Detrick's annoyed frown. Amos, we can't keep this man waiting. He's... All of Amos's frustration and the new burden coalesced into rage. He ran toward Detrick. You baboon-faced huckster, he yelled. Get out! Get out! I'll tell you when you can come in here. He barely caught his upraised fist in time. Detrick stood petrified, his face ludicrous. Then he came to life, ducked out, and pulled the door shut behind him. Amos waited no longer. If he had to decide, he wanted the data first hand. He spread out the file Barnes had left him and looked through it for dosages. Apparently it wasn't critical, so he poured a little of the powder into a tumbler, added water, and threw it down. There was a mild alkaline taste, which he washed out of his mouth with more water. Then he sat down to wait. A monotone seemed to be rattling off trivia, almost faster than he could grasp it, even though it was in his head and not in his ears. Paris green, calcium acetoacetate, beetle invasion, Texan, cotton, paint pigment, obsolete, should eliminate, compensation claim, man probably faking infection, Detrick likes because we only source, felt like him hitting him when he argued about it, corresponders buffalo last year, they say keep, check how uses poison, damned wife. The last thought shocked his intellect awake. "Hey," Intellect demanded, "what's going on here?" "Oh, you're broken through," said Unconscious. "That was fast. 15 minutes and 23 seconds since you drank it. Probable error, 1/3 second. I've only been awake a few minutes myself. Minutes 60 per hour, 24 hours a day, days getting shorter. September, have raincoat in car. Wife wants new car. Raincoat sweats plasticizer, stinks, Hyatt used camphor." "Hold up a minute," cried Intellect. "You want me to stop scanning?" "Is that what you're doing? Scanning what?" "Memory banks, of course. Don't you remember the book we read 3 years ago? Human brain estimated. Oh, all right, I'll slow down. You could follow me better if you'd let me grow some permanent direct connections." "Am I stopping you?" "Well, not you exactly. I'll show you." Unconscious began directing the growth of certain nerve tendrils in the brain. Amos could only follow it vaguely. "Fear!" screamed a soundless voice. "Stop!" "What was that?" Intellect asked, startled. "That was id. He always fights any improvement, and I can't override him." "Can I?" "Of course. That's mainly what you're for. Wait till I get these connections finished, and you'll see the whole setup." "Fear!" shrieked id. "Stop! No change!" "Shut up!" yelled Intellect. It was strange being integrated. Amos found he was aware on 2 levels simultaneously. While he responded normally to his external environment, a lightning inner vision saw everything in vastly greater detail. The blink of an eye, for instance, was an amazing project. Even as commands flashed out and before the muscles started to respond, extra blood was rushing into the area to nourish the working parts. Reports flowed back like battle assessments. These 3 muscles were on schedule. This was lagging. That was pulling too hard. An infinitesimal twinge of pain marked some minor accident, and correction began at once. A sensor watched the whole operation and labeled each incoming report. Trivial, do not record. Trivial, do not record. Trivial, do not record. Worth watching, record in temporary banks. Trivial, do not. He felt now that he could look forward to permanent health, and so far he didn't seem to be losing his identity or becoming a moral monster, though certain previously buried urges, toward Alice Grant for instance, were now rather embarrassingly uncovered. He was not, like Frank Barnes, inclined to slip out of the situation at once. He still felt the responsibility to make the decision. He carried the vial of powder and the lab records home with him, smuggled them past his wife's garrulity, for it didn't bother him now, and hid them. Went out with her cheerfully to visit some people he didn't like, and found himself amused at them instead of annoyed. In general, he felt buoyant, and they stayed quite late. When they did get home, an urgent message was waiting on the telephone recorder, and it jolted him. He grabbed up the hat and coat he'd just laid down. "What is it?" his wife demanded. "I've got to go down to the plant," he hesitated. It was hard to say the words that were charged with personal significance. "The watchman found Frank Barnes dead in the laboratory." "Who? Frank Barnes, my chief chemist." "Oh!" She looked at him, obviously concerned only with what effect, if any, it might have on her own circumstances. "Why do you have to get mixed up in it?" "I'm the boss, damn it." He left her standing there and ran for the garage. The police were already at the plant when he arrived. Fred's body lay on the floor of his office, in a corner behind some file cabinets, face up. "What was it?" Amos asked the man from the coroner's office, dreading the answer he expected. The answer wasn't the one he expected. Heart attack. Amos wondered if they were mistaken. He looked around the office. Things weren't disarrayed in any way. It looked as if Frank had simply lain down and died. "When did you find him?" he asked the watchman. "A little after 1. The door was closed and the lights were out, but I heard the cat yowling in here, so I came in to let it out and saw the body." "Any family?" one of the city men asked. "No," said Amos slowly. "He lived alone. I guess you might as well take him to the morgue. When can I call about the autopsy?" "Try after lunch." Amos watched them carry Frank away. Then he put out the lights and closed up the laboratory. He told the watchman he'd be around for a while and went to his office to think. As nearly as he knew, Frank had taken the drug less than 24 hours before he had. Death had come late at night, which meant Frank had been working overtime. Why? And why hadn't he been able to save himself? "Not logical," his unconscious stated firmly. "He should have felt it coming and made repairs." "This whole thing's a delusion," said Amos dully, aloud. "No, it isn't," said a peculiar voice behind him. He whirled and saw the black tomcat grinning up at him. He gasped, wondering if he were completely insane, but in a flash understanding came. "Frank!" "Well, don't act so surprised. I can tell that you took some yourself." "Yes, but how?" "I thought it would be an easy life, and I want to stay around here and watch things for a while. It ought to be fun." "But how?" "I anesthetized the cat and grew a bridge into his skull. It took 5 hours to transfer the bulk of my personality. It's odd, but it blended right in with his." "But your speech—" "I've made some changes. I'm omnivorous now, too, not just carnivorous, or will be in a few more hours. I can go into the hills and live on grass, or grow back into a man, or whatever I like." Amos consulted his own inwardness again. "Is this possible? Can a human mind be compressed into a cat's brain?" "Sure," said Unconscious, "if you're willing to junk all the excess." He thought about it. "So you're going to stay around and watch," he said to the cat. "No, Frank. An intriguing idea. My family's taken care of, and nobody'll really miss me." "Except Alice Grant," said Frank cattily. "I've seen the way you look at her. The cat part of me has, I mean. And she looks back, too, when you aren't watching." "Well," said Amos, maybe we can do something there, too." His own metamorphosis took a lot longer than 5 hours. He had a much bigger job of alterations to finish. It was nearly 2 months before he got back to the plant. He peered in through the window at Detrick, who had inherited Amos's old office. Detrick was chewing out a salesman. Amos knew what would be happening now. Detrick's ambitious but unsound expansion would have gotten the division all tangled up. In fact, with his sharp new eyes, Amos could read part of a letter from Buffalo that lay on the desk. He was quite critical of Detrick's margin of profit. The salesman Detrick had on the carpet was a good man, and Amos wondered if he was to blame for whatever it was about. Maybe Detrick was just preparing to throw him to the wolves. A man could hang on a long time like that, shifting the blame to his subordinates. The salesman was finally excused, and Detrick sat alone with all the frustration and selfish scheming plain on his face. No, Amos thought, I'm not going to turn this drug loose on the world for a while. Not while there are people like Detrick around. There were no other pigeons on the window ledge except himself and Alice. The rest had stopped coming when Amos disappeared and the feeding ended. For that matter, they tended to avoid him and Alice, possibly because of the abnormal size, especially around the head, and the other differences. He noticed that Alice was changing the colour of her feet again, just like a woman, he thought fondly. "Come on, pigeon," he said, "let's go somewhere else. This tightwad Detrick isn't going to give us anything to eat." The end. Subscribe for more at storiesoffuturespast.substack.com. And now for the next story. Exploration Team by Murray Leinster. Originally published in Astounding Science Fiction, March 1956. Winner of the Hugo Award, Best Novelette, 1956. Narrated by Tom Trussel. 1. The nearer moon went by overhead. It was jagged and irregular in shape, and was probably a captured asteroid. Huygens had seen it often enough, so he did not go out of his quarters to watch it hurtle across the sky with seemingly the speed of an atmosphere flyer, occulting the stars as it went. Instead, he sweated over paperwork, which should have been odd, because he was technically a felon, and all his labours on Lauren too felonious. It was odd, too, for a man to do paperwork in a room with steel shutters and a huge bald eagle, untethered, dozing on a 3-inch perch set in the wall. But paperwork was not Huygens' real task. His only assistant had tangled with a night walker, and the furtive Codius Company ships had taken him away to where Codius Company ships came from. Huygens had to do 2 men's work in loneliness. To his knowledge, he was the only man in this solar system. Below him there were snufflings. Sitka Pete got up heavily and padded to his water pan. He lapped the refrigerated water and sneezed violently. Sourdough Charlie waked and complained in a rumbling growl. There were divers other rumblings and mutterings below. Huygens called reassuringly, "Easy there!" and went on with his work. He finished a climate report and fed figures to a computer, and while it hummed over them, he entered the inventory totals in the station log, showing what supplies remained. Then he began to write up the log proper. "Sitka Pete," he wrote, "has apparently solved the problem of killing individual spheXes. He has learned that it doesn't do to hug them, and that his claws can't penetrate their hide, not the top hide anyhow. Today Semper notified us that a pack of spheXes had found the scent trail to the station. Sitka hid downwind until they arrived. Then he charged from the rear and brought his paws together on both sides of a spheX's head in a terrific pair of slaps. It must have been like 2 12-inch shells arriving from opposite directions at the same time. It must have scrambled the spheX's brains as if they were eggs. It dropped dead. He killed 2 more with such mighty pairs of wallops. Sourdough Charlie watched, grunting, and when the spheXes turned on Sitka, he charged in his turn. I, of course, couldn't shoot too close to him, so he might have fared badly, but that Pharaoh Nell came pouring out of the bear quarters to help. The diversion enabled Sitka Pete to resume the use of his new technique, towering on his hind legs and swinging his paws in the new and grisly fashion. The fight ended promptly. Semper flew and screamed above the scrap, but as usual did not join in. Note: Nugget, the cub, tried to mix in, but his mother cuffed him out of the way. Sourdough and Sitka ignored him as usual. Codius Champion's genes are sound. The noises of the night went on outside. There were notes like organ tones, song lizards. There were the tittering, giggling cries of night walkers, not to be tittered back at. There were sounds like tack hammers and doors closing, and from every direction came noises like hiccups in various keys. These were made by the improbable small creatures which on Lauren II took the place of insects. Huygens wrote out, "Sitka seemed ruffled when the fight was over. He painstakingly used his trick on every dead or wounded sphex, except those he'd killed with it, lifting up their heads for his pile-driver-like blows from 2 directions at once, as if to show Sourdough how it was done. There was much grunting as they hauled the carcasses to the incinerator. It almost seemed—" The arrival bell clanged, and Huygens jerked up his head to stare at it. Semper, the eagle, opened icy eyes. He blinked. Noises. There was a long, deep, contented snore from below. Something shrieked out in the jungle. Hiccups, clatterings, and organ notes. The bell clanged again. It was a notice that a ship aloft somewhere had picked up the beacon beam, which only Codius Company's ships should know about, and was communicating for a landing. But there shouldn't be any ships in this solar system just now. This was the only habitable planet of the sun, and it had been officially declared uninhabitable by reason of inimical animal life, which meant Sphinxes. Therefore no colony was permitted, and the Codius Company broke the law. And there were few graver crimes than unauthorized occupation of a new planet. The bell clanged a third time. Huygens swore. His hand went out to cut off the beacon, but that would be useless. Radar would have fixed it and tied it in with physical features like the nearby sea and the Seer Plateau. The ship could find the place anyhow and descend by daylight. "The devil!" said Huygens, but he waited yet again for the bell to ring. A Codius Company ship would double ring to reassure him, but there shouldn't be a Codius Company ship for months. The bell clanged singly. The space phone dial flickered, and a voice came out of it, tinny from stratospheric distortion. "Calling ground, calling ground. Crete line ship Odysseus calling ground on Lauren 2. Landing 1 passenger by boat. Put on your field lights." Huygens' mouth dropped open. A Codius Company ship would be welcome. A colonial survey ship would be extremely unwelcome, because it would destroy the colony and Sitka and Sourdough and Faronel and Nugget and Semper, and carry Huygens off to be tried for unauthorized colonization and all that it implied. But a commercial ship, landing 1 passenger by boat, there were simply no circumstances under which that would happen. Not to an unknown, illegal colony. Not to a furtive station. Huygens flicked on the landing field lights. He saw the glare in the field outside. Then he stood up and prepared to take the measures required by discovery. He packed the paperwork he'd been doing into the disposal safe. He gathered up all personal documents and tossed them in. Every record, every bit of evidence that the Codius Company maintained at this station went into the safe. He slammed the door. He touched his finger to the disposal button, which would destroy the contents and melt down even the ashes past their possible use for evidence in court. Then he hesitated. If it were a survey ship, the button had to be pressed, and he must resign himself to a long term in prison. But a Crete line ship, if the space phone told the truth, was not threatening. It was simply unbelievable. He shook his head. He got into travel garb and armed himself. He went down into the bear quarters, turning on lights as he went. There were startled snufflings, and Sitka Pete reared himself very absurdly to a sitting position to blink at him. Sourdough Charlie lay on his back with his legs in the air. He found it cooler, sleeping that way. He rolled over with a thump. He made snorting sounds which somehow sounded cordial. Faronel padded to the door of her separate apartment, assigned her so that Nugget would not be underfoot to irritate the big males. Huygens, as the human population of Lauren 2, faced the workforce, fighting force, and, with Nugget, 4/5 of the terrestrial non-human population of the planet. They were mutated Kodiak bears, descendants of that Codius champion for whom the Codius Company was named. Sitka Pete was a good 2,200 pounds of lumbering, intelligent carnivore. Sourdough Charlie would weigh within 100 pounds of that figure. Faronel was 1,800 pounds of female charm and ferocity. The Nugget poked his muzzle around his mother's furry rump to see what was toward, and it was 600 pounds of ursine infancy. The animals looked at Huygens expectantly. If he'd had Semper riding on his shoulder, they'd have known what was expected of them. "Let's go," said Huygens. "It's dark outside, but somebody's coming, and it may be bad." He unfastened the outer door of the bear quarters. Sitka Pete went charging clumsily through it. A forthright charge was the best way to develop any situation, if one was an oversized male Kodiak bear. Sourdough went lumbering after him. There was nothing hostile immediately outside. Sitka stood up on his hind legs. He reared up a solid 12 feet and sniffed the air. Sourdough methodically lumbered to one side and then the other, sniffing in his turn. Nell came out, 9/10 of a ton of daintiness, and rumbled admonitorily at Nugget, who trailed her closely. Huygens stood in the doorway, his night-sighted gun ready. He felt uncomfortable at sending the bears ahead into a Laurentu jungle at night, but they were qualified to scent danger, and he was not. The illumination of the jungle in the wide path toward the landing field made for weirdness in the look of things. There were arching giant ferns and columnar trees which grew above them, and the extraordinary lanceolate underbrush of the jungle. The flood lamps, set level with the ground, lighted everything from below. The foliage, then, was brightly lit against the black night sky, brightly lit enough to dim out the stars. There were astonishing contrasts of light and shadow everywhere. "On ahead," commanded Huygens, waving. "Hup!" He swung the bear quarters door shut. He moved toward the landing field through the lane of lighted forest. The two giant male Kodiaks lumbered ahead. Sitka Pete dropped to all fours and prowled. Sourdough Charlie followed closely, swinging from side to side. Huygens came alertly behind the two of them, and Pharaoh Nell brought up the rear with Nugget following her closely. It was an excellent military formation for progress through dangerous jungle. Sourdough and Sitka were advance guard and point, respectively, while Pharaoh Nell guarded the rear. With Nugget to look after, she was especially alert against attack from behind. Huygens was, of course, the striking force. His gun fired explosive bullets which would discourage even Spexes, and his night sight, a cone of light which went on when he took up the trigger slack, told exactly where they would strike. It was not a sportsmanlike weapon, but the preachers of Laurentu were not sportsmanlike antagonists. The Nightwalkers, for example. But Nightwalkers feared light. They attacked only in a species of hysteria if it were too bright. Huygens moved toward the glare at the landing field. His mental state was savage. The Codius Company station on Laurentu was completely illegal. It happened to be necessary from one point of view, but it was still illegal. The tinny voice on the space phone was not convincing in ignoring that illegality. But if a ship landed, Huygens could get back to the station before men could follow, and he'd have the disposal safe turned on in time to protect those who'd sent him here. But he'd heard the faraway and high harsh roar of a landing boat rocket, not a ship's bellowing tubes, as he made his way through the unreal-seeming brush. The roar grew louder as he pushed on, and the three big Kodiaks padding here and there, sniffing thoughtfully, making a perfect defensive-offensive formation for the particular conditions of this planet. He reached the edge of the landing field, and it was blindingly bright, with the customary divergent beams slanting skyward so a ship could check its instrument landing by sight. Landing fields like this had been standard once upon a time. Nowadays, all developed planets had landing grids, monstrous structures which drew upon ionospheres for power, and lifted and drew down starships with remarkable gentleness and unlimited force. This sort of landing field would be found where a survey team was at work, or where some strictly temporary investigation of ecology or bacteriology was underway, or where a newly authorized colony had not yet been able to build its landing grid. Of course, It was unthinkable that anybody would attempt a settlement in defiance of the law. Already, as Huygens reached the edge of the scorched open space, the night creatures had rushed to the light like moths on earth. The air was misty with crazily gyrating, tiny flying things. They were innumerable, and of every possible form and size, from the white midges of the night and multi-winged flying worms, to those revoltingly naked-looking larger creatures which might have passed for plucked flying monkeys if they had not been carnivorous and worse. The flying things soared and whirred and danced and spun insanely in the glare. They made peculiarly plaintive humming noises. They almost formed a lamplit ceiling over the cleared space. They did hide the stars. Staring upward, Huygens could just barely make out the blue-white flame of the spaceboat's rocket through the fog of wings and bodies. The rocket flame grew steadily in size. Once, apparently, it tilted to adjust the boat's descending course. It went back to normal. A speck of incandescence at first, it grew until it was like a great star, and then a more than brilliant moon, and then it was a pitiless glaring eye. Huygens averted his gaze from it. Sitka Pete sat lumpily, more than a ton of him, and blinked wisely at the dark jungle away from the light. Sourdough ignored the deepening, increasing rocket roar. He sniffed the air delicately. Pharaoh Nell held Nugget firmly under one huge paw and licked his head as if tidying up to be seen by company. Nugget wriggled. The roar became that of 10,000 thunders. A warm breeze blew outward from the landing field. The rocket boat hurled downward, and its flame touched the mist of flying things, and they shriveled and burned and were hot. Then there were churning clouds of dust everywhere, and the centre of the field blazed terribly, and something slid down a shaft of fire and squeezed it flat and sat on it, and the flame went out. The rocket boat sat there, resting on its tail fins, pointing toward the stars from which it came. There was a terrible silence after the tumult. Then, very faintly, the noises of the night came again. There were sounds like those of organ pipes, and very faint and apologetic noises like hiccups. All these sounds increased, and suddenly Huygens could hear quite normally. Then a side port opened with a quaint sort of clattering, and something unfolded from where it had been inset into the hull of the spaceboat, and there was a metal passageway across the flame-hated space on which the boat stood. A man came out of the port. He reached back in and shook hands very formally. He climbed down the ladder rungs to the walkway. He marched above the steaming, baked area, carrying a travelling bag. He reached the end of the walk and stepped gingerly to the ground. He moved hastily to the edge of the clearing. He waved to the spaceboat. There were ports. Perhaps someone returned the gesture. The walkway folded briskly back up to the hull and vanished in it. A flame exploded into being under the tail fins. There were fresh clouds of monstrous choking dust and a brightness like that of a sun. There was noise past the possibility of endurance. Then the light rose swiftly through the dust cloud and sprang higher and climbed more swiftly still. When Huygens's ears again permitted him to hear anything, there was only a diminishing mutter in the heavens, and a small bright speck of light ascending to the sky and swinging eastward as it rose to intercept the ship which had let it descend. The night noises of the jungle went on. Life on Lauren, too, did not need to heed the doings of men. But there was a spot of incandescence in the day-bright clearing, and a short, brisk man looked puzzledly about him with a travelling bag in his hand. Huygens advanced toward him as the incandescence dimmed. Sourdough and Sitka preceded him. Pharaoh Nell trailed faithfully, keeping a maternal eye on her offspring. The man in the clearing stared at the parade they made. It would be upsetting, even after preparation, to land at night on a strange planet, and to have the ship's boat and all links with the rest of the cosmos depart, and then to find oneself approached, it might seem stalked, by two colossal male Kodiak bears with a third bear and a cub behind them. A single human figure in such company might seem irrelevant. The new arrival gazed blankly. He moved, startledly. Then Huygens called, "Hello there. Don't worry about the bears. They're friends." Sitka reached the newcomer. He went warily downwind from him and sniffed. The smell was satisfactory. Man smell. Sitka sat down with a solid impact of more than a ton of bear meat landing on packed dirt. He regarded the man amiably. Sourdough said, "Whoosh," and went on to sample the air beyond the clearing. Huygens approached. The newcomer wore the uniform of the Colonial Survey. That was bad. It bore the insignia of a senior officer. Worse. "Ha," said the just-landed man. "Where are the robots? What in all the 19 hells are these creatures? Why did you shift your station? I'm Roan, here to make a progress report on your colony." Huygens said, "What colony?" "Lauren 2 robot installation." Then Roan said indignantly, "Don't tell me that idiot skipper dropped me off at the wrong place. This is Lauren 2, isn't it? And this is the landing field. But where are your robots? You should have the beginning of a grid up. What the devil's happened here, and what are these beasts?" Huygens grimaced. "This," he said politely, "is an illegal, unlicensed settlement. I'm a criminal. These beasts are my confederates. If you don't want to associate with criminals, you needn't, of course, but I doubt if you'll live till morning unless you accept my hospitality while I think over what to do about your landing. In reason, I ought to shoot you." Pharaoh Nell came to a halt behind Huygens, which was her proper post in all outdoor movement. Nugget, however, saw a new human. Nugget was a cub, and therefore friendly. He ambled forward ingratiatingly. He was 4 feet high at the shoulders, on all fours. He wriggled bashfully as he approached Roan. He sneezed because he was embarrassed. His mother overtook him swiftly and cuffed him to one side. He wailed. The wail of a 600-pound Kodiak bear cub is a remarkable sound. Roan gave ground a pace. "I think," he said carefully, "that we'd better talk things over. But if this is an illegal colony, of course you're under arrest, and anything you say will be used against you." Huygens grimaced again. "Right," he said. "But now if you'll walk close to me, we'll head back to the station. I'd have Sourdough carry your bag. He likes to carry things, but he may need his teeth. We're 1/2 a mile to travel." He turned to the animals. "Let's go," he said commandingly. "Back to the station. Hup!" Grunting, Sitka Pete arose and took up his duties as advanced point of a combat team. Sourdough trailed, swinging widely to one side and another. Huygens and Roan moved together. Pharaoh Nell and Nugget brought up the rear, which, of course, was the only relatively safe way for anybody to travel on Lauren 2, in the jungle, a good 1/2 mile from one's fortress-like residence. But there was only one incident on the way back. It was a night walker, made hysterical by the lane of light. It poured through the underbrush, uttering cries like maniacal laughter. Sourdough brought it down, a good 10 yards from Huygens. When it was all over, Nugget bristled up to the dead creature, uttering cub growls. He feigned to attack it. His mother whacked him soundly. 2. There were comfortable settling-down noises below. The bears grunted and rumbled, but ultimately were still. The glare from the landing field was gone. The lighted lane through the jungle was dark again. Huygens ushered the man from the spaceboat up into his living quarters. There was a rustling stir, and Semper took his head from under his wing. He stared coldly at the two humans. He spread monstrous 7-foot wings and fluttered them. He opened his beak and closed it with a snap. "That's Semper," said Huygens. "Semper Tyrannis. He's the rest of the terrestrial population here. Not being a fly-by-night sort of creature, he didn't come out to welcome you." Roan blinked at the huge bird perched on a 3-inch thick perch set in the wall. "An eagle?" he demanded. "Kodiak bears, mutated ones you say, but still bears. And now an eagle? You've a very nice fighting unit in the bears." "They're pack animals too," said Huygens. "They can carry some hundreds of pounds without losing too much combat efficiency, and there's no problem of supply. They live off the jungle. Not Svexes, though. Nothing will eat a Svex, even if it can kill one." He brought out glasses and a bottle. He indicated a chair. Roan put down his travelling bag. He took a glass. "I'm curious," he observed. "Why Semper Tyrannis? I can understand Sitka Pete and Sourdough Charlie as names. The home of their ancestors makes them fitting. But why Semper?" "He was bred for hawking," said Huygens. "You sick a dog on something. You sick Semper Tyrannis. He's too big to ride on a hawking glove, so the shoulders of my coats are padded to let him ride there. He's a flying scout. I've trained him to notify us of Svexes, and in flight he carries a tiny television camera. He's useful, but he hasn't the brains of a bear's." Roan sat down and sipped at his glass. "Interesting. Very interesting. But this is an illegal settlement. I'm a colonial survey officer. My job is reporting on the progress according to plan, but nevertheless I have to arrest you. Didn't you say something about shooting me?" Huygens said doggedly, "I'm trying to think of a way out. Add up all the penalties for illegal colonization, and I'd be in a very bad fix if you got away and reported this setup. Shooting you would be logical." "I see that," said Roan reasonably. "But since the point has come up, I have a blaster trained on you from my pocket." Huygens shrugged. "It's rather likely that my human confederates will be back here before your friends. You'd be in a very tight fix if my friends came back and found you more or less sitting on my corpse." Roan nodded. "That's true too. Also, it's probable that your fellow terrestrials wouldn't cooperate with me if they have with you. You seem to have the whip hand, even with my blaster trained on you. On the other hand, you could have killed me quite easily after the boat left when I'd first landed. I'd have been quite unsuspicious. So you may not really intend to murder me." Huygens shrugged again. "So," said Roan, "since the secret of getting along with people is that of postponing quarrels, suppose we postpone the question of who kills whom. Frankly, I'm going to send you to prison if I can. Unlawful colonization is a very bad business. But I suppose you feel that you have to do something permanent about me. In your place I probably should too. Shall we declare a truce?" Huygens indicated indifference. Roan said vexedly, "Then I do. I have to. So." He pulled his hand out of his pocket and put a pocket blaster on the table. He leaned back defiantly. "Keep it," said Huygens. "Laurentu isn't a place where you live long unarmed." He turned to a cupboard. "Hungry?" "I could eat," admitted Roan. Huygens pulled out 2 meal packs from the cupboard and inserted them in the readier below. He set out plates. "Now, what happened to the official, licensed, authorized colony here?" asked Roan briskly. "License issued 18 months ago. There was a landing of colonists with a drone fleet of equipment and supplies. There have been 4 ship contacts since. There should be several thousand robots being industrious under adequate human supervision. There should be 100-mile square clearing planted with food plants for later human arrivals. There should be a landing grid at least half finished. Obviously, there should be a space beacon to guide ships to a landing. There isn't. There's no clearing visible from space. That Crete line ship has been in orbit for 3 days, trying to find a place to drop me. Her skipper was fuming. Your beacon is the only one on the planet, and we found it by accident. What happened?" Huygens served the food. He said dryly, "There could be 100 colonies on this planet without anyone knowing of any other. I can only guess about your robots, but I suspect they ran into Sphinxes." Rowan paused with his fork in his hand. "I read up on this planet, since I was to report on its colony. A Sphinx is part of the inimical animal life here. Cold-blooded, belligerent carnivore, not a lizard, but a genus all its own. Hunts in packs, 700 to 800 pounds when adult. Lethally dangerous, and simply too numerous to fight. There why no license was ever granted to human colonists. Only robots could work here, because they're machines. What animal attacks machines?" Huygens said. "What machine attacks animals? The Sphinxes wouldn't bother robots, of course, but would robots bother the Sphinxes?" Rowan chewed and swallowed. "Hold it! I'll agree that you can't make a hunting robot. A machine can discriminate, but it can't decide. That's why there's no danger of a robot revolt. They can't decide to do something for which they have no instructions. But this colony was planned with full knowledge of what robots can and can't do. As ground was cleared, it was enclosed in an electric fence which no Sphinx could touch without frying." Huygens thoughtfully cut his food. After a moment, "The landing was in the winter time," he observed. "It must have been, because the colony survived a while. And at a guess, the last ship landing was before Thor. The years are 18 months long here, you know." Rowan admitted. "It was in winter that the landing was made, and the last ship landing was before spring. The idea was to get mines in operation for material, and to have ground cleared and enclosed in Sphinx-proof fence before the Sphinxes came back from the tropics. The winter there, I understand." "Did you ever see a Sphinx?" Huygens asked. Then added, "No, of course not. But if you took a spitting cobra and crossed it with a wildcat, painted it tan and blue, and then gave it hydrophobia and homicidal mania at once, why, you might have one Sphinx, but not the race of Sphinxes. They can climb trees, by the way. A fence wouldn't stop them." "An electrified fence," said Rowan. "Nothing could climb that." "No one animal," Huygens told him, "but Sphinxes are a race. The smell of one dead Sphinx brings others running with blood in their eyes. Leave a dead Sphinx alone for 6 hours, and you've got them around by the dozen. 2 days, and there are hundreds. Longer, and you've got thousands of them. They gather to caterwaul over their dead pal, and hunt for whoever or whatever killed him." He returned to his meal. A moment later he said, "No need to wonder what happened to your colony. During the winter the robots burned out a clearing and put up an electrified fence according to the book. Come spring, the Sphinxes came back. They're curious, among their other madnesses. A Sphinx would try to climb the fence just to see what was behind it. He'd be electrocuted. His carcass would bring others, raging because a Sphinx was dead. Some of them would try to climb the fence and die, and their corpses would bring others. Presently the fence would break down from the bodies hanging on it, or a bridge of dead beasts' carcasses would be built across it, and from as far downwind as the scent carried there'd be loping, raging, scent-crazed Sphinxes racing to the spot. They'd pour into the clearing through or over the fence, squalling and screeching for something to kill. I think they'd find it." Rowan ceased to eat. He looked sick. "There were pictures of Sphinxes in the data I read. I suppose that would account for everything." He tried to lift his fork. He put it down again. "I can't eat," he said abruptly. Huygens made no comment. He finished his own meal, scowling. He rose and put the plates into the top of the cleaner. There was a whirring. He took them out of the bottom and put them away. "Let me see those reports, eh?" he asked dourly. "I'd like to see what sort of a setup they had, those robots." Rowan hesitated, and then opened his travelling bag. There was a microviewer and reels of films. one entire reel was labelled Specifications for Construction Colonial Survey, which would contain detailed plans and all requirements of material and workmanship for everything from desks, office, administrative personnel, for use of, to landing grids, heavy gravity planets, lift capacity 100,000 Earth tons. But Huygens found another. He inserted it and spun the controls swiftly here and there, pausing only briefly at index frames until he came to the section he wanted. He began to study the information with growing impatience. "Robots, robots, robots," he snapped. "Why don't they leave them where they belong? In cities to do the dirty work, and on airless planets where nothing unexpected ever happens. Robots don't belong in new colonies. Your colonists depended on them for defense. Damn it, let a man work with robots long enough, and he thinks all nature is as limited as they are. This is a plan to set up a controlled environment. On Lauren, too. Controlled environment." He swore luridly. "Complacent, idiotic, desk-bound half-wits." "Robots are all right," said Roan. "We couldn't run civilization without them." "But you can't tame a wilderness with them," snapped Huygens. "You had a dozen men landed, with 50 assembled robots to start with. There were parts for 1,500 more, and I'll bet anything I've got that the ship contracts landed more still." "They did," admitted Roan. "I despise 'em," growled Huygens. "I feel about 'em the way the old Greeks and Romans felt about slaves. They're for menial work, the sort of work a man will perform for himself, but that he won't do for another man for pay. Degrading work." "Quite aristocratic," said Roan with a touch of irony. "I take it that robots clean out the bear quarters downstairs." "No," snapped Huygens. "I do. They're my friends. They fight for me. They can't understand the necessity, and no robot would do the job right." He growled again. The noises of the night went on outside, organ tones and hiccupings, and the sound of tack hammers and slamming doors. Somewhere there was a singularly exact replica of the discordant squeaking of a rusty pump. "I'm looking," said Huygens at the microviewer, "for the record of the mining operations. An open pit operation wouldn't mean a thing, but if they had driven a tunnel, and somebody was there supervising the robots when the colony was wiped out, there's an off chance he survived a while." Roan regarded him with suddenly intent eyes. "And?" "Damn it," snapped Huygens. "If so, I'll go see. They'd have no chance at all otherwise. Not that the chance is good in any case." Roan raised his eyebrows. "I'm a colonial survey officer," he said. "I've told you I'll send you to prison if I can. You've risked the lives of millions of people, maintaining non-quarantined communication with an unlicensed planet. If you did rescue somebody from the ruins of the robot colony, does it occur to you that there'd be witnesses to your unauthorized presence here?" Huygens spun the viewer again. He stopped. He switched back and forth, and found what he wanted. He muttered in satisfaction. "They did run a tunnel." Aloud he said, "I'll worry about witnesses when I have to." He pushed aside another cupboard door. Inside it were the odds and ends a man makes use of to repair the things about his house that he never notices until they go wrong. There was an assortment of wires, transistors, bolts, and similar stray items that a man living alone will need. When to his knowledge he's the only inhabitant of a solar system, he especially needs such things. "What now?" asked Roan mildly. "I'm going to try to find out if there's anybody left alive over there. I'd have checked before if I'd known the colony existed. I can't prove they're all dead, but I may prove that somebody's still alive. It's barely 2 weeks' journey away from here. Odd that 2 colonies picked spots so near." He absorbedly picked over the oddments he'd selected. Roan said vexedly, "Confound it! How can you check whether somebody is alive some hundreds of miles away when you didn't know he existed half an hour ago?" Huygens threw a switch and took down a wall panel, exposing electronic apparatus and circuits behind. He busied himself with it. "Ever think about hunting for a castaway?" he asked over his shoulder. "There's a planet with some tens of millions of square miles on it. You know there's a ship down. You've no idea where. You assume the survivors have power. No civilized man will be without power very long as he can smelt metals. But making a space beacon calls for high-precision measurements and workmanship. It's not to be improvised. So what will your shipwrecked civilized man do to guide a rescue ship to the 1 or 2 square miles he occupies among some tens of millions on the planet?" Roan fretted visibly. "What?" "He's had to go primitive to begin with," Huygens explained. "He cooks his meat over a fire, and so on. He has to make a strictly primitive signal. It's all he can do without gauges and micrometers and with very special tools. But he can fill all the planet's atmosphere with a signal that searchers for him can't miss. You see?" Roan thought irritably. He shook his head. "He'll make," said Huygens, "a spark transmitter. He'll fix its output at the shortest frequency he can contrive. It'll be somewhere in the 5 to 50 meter wave band, but it will tune very broad, and it will be a plainly human signal. He'll start it broadcasting. Some of those frequencies will go all around the planet under the ionosphere. Any ship that comes in under the radio roof will pick up his signal, get a fix on it, move and get another fix, and then go straight to where the castaway is waiting placidly in a hand-braided hammock, sipping whatever sort of drink is improvised out of the local vegetation." Roan said grudgingly, "Now that you mention it, of course." "My space phone picks up microwaves," said Huygens. "I'm shifting a few elements to make it listen for longer stuff. It won't be efficient, but it will pick up a distress signal if one's in the air. I don't expect it, though." He worked. Roan sat still a long time, watching him. Down below, a rhythmic sort of sound arose. It was Sourdough Charlie, snoring. He lay on his back with his legs in the air. He discovered that he slept cooler that way. Sitka Pete grunted in his sleep. He was dreaming. In the general room of the station, Semper, the eagle, blinked his eyes rapidly, and then tucked his head under a gigantic wing and went to sleep. The noises of the Lauren II jungle came through the steel-shuttered windows. The nearer moon, which had passed overhead not long before the ringing of the arrival bell, again came soaring over the eastern horizon. It sped across the sky at the apparent speed of an atmosphere flyer. Overhead, it could be seen to be a jagged, irregular mass of rock or metal, plunging blindly about the great planet forever. Inside the station, Roan said angrily, "See here, Huygens, you've reason to kill me. Apparently you don't intend to. You've excellent reason to leave that robot colony strictly alone. But you're preparing to help, if there's anybody alive to need it. And yet you're a criminal, and I mean a criminal. There have been some ghastly bacteria exported from planets like Lauren II. There have been plenty of lives lost in consequence, and you're risking more. Why do you do it? Why do you do something that could produce monstrous results to other beings?" Huygens grunted. "You're only assuming there are no sanitary and quarantine precautions taken in my communications. As a matter of fact, there are. They're taken all right. As for the rest, you wouldn't understand." "I don't understand," snapped Roan, "but that's no proof I can't. Why are you a criminal?" Huygens painstakingly used a screwdriver inside the wall panel. He delicately lifted out a small electronic assembly. He carefully began to fit in a spaghettied new assembly with larger units. "I'm cutting my amplification here to hell and gone," he observed, "but I think it'll do. I'm doing what I'm doing," he added calmly. "I'm being a criminal because it seems to me befitting what I think I am. Everybody acts according to his own real notion of himself. You're a conscientious citizen and a loyal official and a well-adjusted personality. You consider yourself an intelligent, rational animal, but you don't act that way. You're reminding me of my need to shoot you or something similar, which a merely rational animal would try to make me forget.
You happen, Roan, to be a man. So am I, but I'm aware of it. Therefore, I deliberately do things a merely rational animal wouldn't, because they're my notion of what a man who's more than a rational animal should do." He very carefully tightened one small screw after another. Roan said annoyedly, "Oh, religion." "Self-respect," corrected Huygens. "I don't like robots. They're too much like rational animals. A robot will do whatever it can that its supervisor requires it to do. A merely rational animal will do whatever it can that circumstances require it to do. I wouldn't like a robot unless it had some idea of what was befitting it and would spit in my eye if I tried to make it do something else. The bears downstairs now, they're no robots. They are loyal and honourable beasts, but they'd turn and tear me to bits if I tried to make them do something against their nature. Pharaoh Nell would fight me and all creation together if I tried to harm Nugget. It would be unintelligent and unreasonable and irrational. She'd lose out and get killed. But I like her that way. And I'll fight you and all creation when you make me try to do something against my nature. I'll be stupid and unreasonable and irrational about it." Then he grinned over his shoulder. "So will you, only you don't realize it." He turned back to his task. After a moment he fitted a manual control knob over a shaft in his haywire assembly. "What did somebody try to make you do?" asked Roan shrewdly. "What was demanded of you that turned you into a criminal? What are you in revolt against?" Huygens threw a switch. He began to turn the knob which controlled the knob of his makeshift modified receiver. "Why," he said amusedly, "when I was young, the people around me tried to make me into a conscientious citizen and a loyal employee and a well-adjusted personality. They tried to make me into a highly intelligent, rational animal, and nothing more. The difference between us, Roan, is that I found it out. Naturally, He stopped short. Faint, crackling, crisp frying sounds came from the speaker of the space phone now modified to receive what once were called short waves. Huygens listened. He cocked his head intently. He turned the knob very, very slowly. Then Roan made an arrested gesture to call attention to something in the sibilant sound. Huygens nodded. He turned the knob again with infinitesimal increments. Out of the background noise came a patterned mutter. As Huygens shifted the tuning, it grew louder. It reached a volume where it was unmistakable. It was a sequence of sounds like discordant buzzing. There were 3 half-second buzzings with half-second pauses between. A 2-second pause. 3 full-second buzzings with half-second pauses between. Another 2-second pause, and 3 half-second buzzings again. Then silence for 5 seconds. Then the pattern repeated. "The devil!" said Huygens. "That's a human signal, mechanically made too. In fact, it used to be a standard distress call. It was termed an SOS, though I've no idea what that meant. Anyhow, somebody must have read old-fashioned novels some time to know about it. And so someone is still alive over at your licensed but now smashed-up robot colony, and they're asking for help. I'd say they're likely to need it." He looked at Roan. "The intelligent thing to do is sit back and wait for a ship, either of my friends or yours. A ship that can help survivors or castaways much better than we can. A ship can even find them more easily. But maybe time is important to the poor devils. So I'm going to take the bears and see if I can reach them. You can wait here if you like. What say? Travel on Lauren 2 isn't a picnic. I'll be fighting nearly every foot of the way. There's plenty of inimical animal life here." Roan snapped angrily. "Don't be a fool. Of course I'm coming. What do you take me for? And 2 of us should have 4 times the chance of 1. Huygens grinned. "Not quite. You forget Sitka Pete and Sourdough Charlie and Pharaoh Nell. There'll be 5 of us if you come instead of 4. And of course Nugget has to come, and he'll be no help. But Semper may make up for him. You won't quadruple our chances, Rowan, but I'll be glad to have you if you want to be stupid and unreasonable and not at all rational, and come along. 3. There was a jagged spur of stone looming precipitously over a river valley. 1,000 feet below, a broad stream ran westward to the sea. 20 miles to the east, a wall of mountains rose sheer against the sky. Its peaks seemed to blend into a remarkable evenness of height. There was rolling, tumbled ground between for as far as the eye could see. A speck in the sky came swiftly downward. Great pinions spread and flapped, and icy eyes surveyed the rocky space. With more great flappings, Semper the eagle came to ground. He folded his huge wings and turned his head jerkily, his eyes unblinking. A tiny harness held a miniature camera against his chest. He strutted over the bare stone to the highest point. He stood there, a lonely and arrogant figure in the vastness. There came crashings and rustlings, and then snuffling sounds. Sitka Pete came lumbering out into the clear space. He wore a harness too, and a pack. The harness was complex, because it had not only to hold a pack in normal travel, but, when he stood on his hind legs, it must not hamper the use of his forepaws in combat. He went cagily all over the open area. He peered over the edge of the spur's farthest tip. He prowled to the other side and looked down. He scouted carefully. Once he moved close to Semper, and the eagle opened its great curved beak and uttered an indignant noise. Sitka paid no attention. He relaxed, satisfied. He sat down untidily, his hind legs sprawling. He wore an air approaching benevolence as he surveyed the landscape about and below him. More snufflings and crashings. Sourdough Charlie came into view with Huygens and Rowan behind him. Sourdough carried a pack too. Then there was a squealing, and Nugget scurried up from the rear, impelled by a whack from his mother. Faronel appeared, with the carcass of a stag-like animal lashed to her harness. "I picked this place from a space photo," said Huygens, "to make a directional fix from. I'll get set up." He swung his pack from his shoulders to the ground. He extracted an obviously self-constructed device which he set on the ground. It had a whip aerial which he extended. Then he plugged in a considerable length of flexible wire and unfolded a tiny improvised directional aerial with an even tinier booster at its base. Rowan slipped his pack from his shoulders and watched. Huygens slipped headphones over his ears. He looked up and said sharply, "Watch the bears, Rowan. The wind's blowing up the way we came. Anything that trails us, Svex's for example, will send its scent on before. The bears will tell us." He busied himself with the instruments he'd brought. He heard the hissing, frying background noise which could be anything at all except a human signal. He reached out and swung the small aerial around. Rasping, buzzing tones came in, faintly and then loudly. This receiver, though, had been made for this particular waveband. It was much more efficient than the modified space phone had been. It picked up 3 short buzzes, 3 long ones, and 3 short ones again. 3 dots, 3 dashes, and 3 dots. Over and over again. SOS, SOS, SOS. Huygens took a reading and moved the directional aerial a carefully measured distance. He took another reading. He shifted it yet again and again, carefully marking and measuring each spot and taking notes of the instrument readings. When he finished, he had checked the direction of the signal not only by loudness but by phase. He had as accurate a fix as could possibly be had with portable apparatus. Sourdough growled softly. Sitka Pete whiffed the air and arose from his sitting position. Faronel whacked Nugget, sending him whimpering into the farthest corner of the flea place. She stood bristling, facing downhill the way they'd come. "Damn," said Huygens. He got up and waved his arm at Semper, who had turned his head at the stirrings. Semper squawked in a most un-eagle-like fashion, and dived off the spur and was immediately fighting the downdraft beyond it. As Huygens reached his weapon, the eagle came back overhead. He went magnificently past, 100 feet high, careening and flapping in the tricky currents. He screamed abruptly, and circled, and screamed again. Huygens swung a tiny vision plate from its strap to where he could look into it. He saw, of course, what the little camera on Semper's chest could see, reeling, swaying terrain as Semper saw it, though without his breadth of field. There were moving objects to be seen through the shifting trees. Their colouring was unmistakable. "Sphinxes," said Huygens dourly. 8 of them. Don't look for them to follow our track, Roan. They run parallel to a trail on either side. That way they attack in breadth and all at once when they catch up. And listen, the bears can handle anything they tangle with. It's our job to pick off the loose ones and aim for the body. The bullets explode." He threw off the safety of his weapon. Faro Nell, uttering thunderous growls, went padding to a place between Sitka Pete and Sourdough. Sitka glanced at her and made a whuffing noise, as if derisive of her blood-curdling sounds. Sourdough grunted in a somehow solid fashion. He and Sitka moved farther away from Nell to either side. They would cover a wider front. There was no other sign of life in the shrillings of the incredibly tiny creatures which on this planet were birds, and Faro Nell's deep bass, raging growls, and then the click of Roan's safety going off as he got ready to use the weapon Huygens had given him. Semper screamed again, flapping low above the treetops, following party-coloured, monstrous shapes beneath. 8 blue and tan fiends came racing out of the underbrush. They had spiny fringes and horns and glaring eyes, and they looked as if they had come straight out of hell. On the instant of their appearance, they leaped, emitting squalling, spitting squeals that were like the cries of fighting tomcats 10,000 times magnified. Huygens' rifle cracked, and its sound was wiped out in the louder detonation of its bullet in Sphexian flesh. The tan and blue monster tumbled over, shrieking. Faro Nell charged, the very impersonation of white-hot fury. Rowan fired, and his bullet exploded against a tree. Sitka Pete brought his massive forepaws in a clapping, monstrous ear-boxing motion. A sphex died. Then Rowan fired again. Sourdough Charlie whuffed. He fell forward upon a spitting, bicoloured fiend, rolled him over, and raked with his hind claws. The belly hide of the sphex was tenderer than the rest. The creature rolled away, snapping at its own wounds. Another sphex found itself shaken loose from the tumult about Sitka Pete. It whirled to leap on him from behind, and Huygens fired very coldly, and 2 plunged upon Faro Nell, and Rowan blasted one, and Faro Nell disposed of the other in truly awesome fury. Then Sitka Pete heaved himself erect, seeming to drip sphyxes, and Sourdough waddled over and pulled one off and killed it, and went back for another. And both rifles cracked together, and there was suddenly nothing left to fight. The bears prowled from one to another of the corpses. Sitka Pete rumbled and lifted up a limp head. Crash! Then another. He went over the lot, whether or not they showed signs of life. When he had finished, they were wholly still. Semper came flapping down out of the sky. He had screamed and fluttered overhead as the fight went on. Now he landed with a rush. Huygens went soothingly from one bear to another, calming them with his voice. It took longest to calm Faro Nell, licking Nugget with impassioned solicitude and growling horribly as she licked. "Come along now," said Huygens, when Sitka showed signs of intending to sit down again. "Heave these carcasses over a cliff. Come along. Sitka, Sourdough, hup!" He guided them as the 2 big males somewhat fastidiously lifted up the nightmarish creatures they and the guns together had killed, and carried them to the edge of the spur of stone. They let the dead beasts go bouncing and sliding down into the valley. "That," said Huygens, is so the little pals will gather round them and caterwaul their woe where there's no trail of ours to give them ideas. If we'd been near a river, I'd have dumped them in to float down river and gather mourners wherever they stranded. Around the station I incinerate them. If I had to leave them, I'd make tracks away. About 50 miles upwind would be a good idea. He opened the pack Sourdough carried and extracted giant-sized swabs and some gallons of antiseptic. He tended the 3 Kodiaks in turn, swabbing not only the cuts and scratches they'd received, but deeply soaking their fur where there could be suspicion of spilled Sphex blood. This antiseptic deodorizes too, he told Roan, or we'd be trailed by any Sphex who pass to leeward of us. When we start off, I'll swab the bear's paws for the same reason. Roan was very quiet. He'd missed his first shot with a bullet-firing weapon. A beam hasn't the stopping power of an explosive bullet. But he'd seemed to grow savagely angry with himself. The last few seconds of the fight he'd fired very deliberately, and every bullet hit. Now, he said bitterly, "If you're instructing me so I can carry on should you be killed, I doubt that it's worth while." Huygens felt in his pack and unfolded the enlargements he had made of the space photos of this part of the planet. He carefully oriented the map with the distant landmarks. He drew a painstaking, accurate line across the photo. "The SOS signal comes from somewhere close to the robot colony," he reported. "I think a little to the south of it. Probably from a mine they'd opened up, on the far side, of course, of the Sear Plateau. See how I've marked this map? 2 fixes, one from the station and one from here. I came away off course to get a fix here so we'd have 2 position lines to the transmitter. The signal could have come from the other side of the planet, but it doesn't." "The odds would be astronomically against other castaways," protested Roan. "No," said Huygens. "Ships have been coming here, to the robot colony. One could have crashed, and I have friends too." He repacked his apparatus and gestured to the bears. He led them beyond the scene of combat and very carefully swabbed off their paws so they could not possibly leave a trail of Sphex blood scent behind them. He waved Semper, the eagle, aloft. "Let's go," he told the Kodiaks. "Yonder, hup!" The party headed downhill and into the jungle again. Now it was Sourdough's turn to take the lead, and Sitka Pete prowled more widely behind him. Faro Nell trailed the men, with Nugget. She kept an extremely sharp eye upon the cub. He was a baby still. He only weighed 600 pounds. And of course she watched against danger from the rear. Overhead, Semper fluttered and flew in giant circles and spirals, never going very far away. Huygens referred constantly to the screen which showed what the airborne camera saw. The image tilted and circled and banked and swayed. It was by no means the best air reconnaissance that could be imagined, but it was the best that would work. Presently Huygens said, "We swing to the right here. The going's bad straight ahead, and it looks like a pack of Sphyxes has killed and is feeding." Rowan was upset. He was dissatisfied with himself. So he said, "It's against reason for carnivores to be as thick as you say. There has to be a certain amount of other animal life for every meat-eating beast. Too many of them would eat all the game and starve." "They're gone all winter," explained Huygens, "which around here isn't as severe as you might think. And a good many animals seem to breed just after the Sphyxes go south. Also, the Sphyxes aren't around all the warm weather. There's a sort of peak, and then for a matter of weeks you won't see a one of them, and suddenly the jungle swarms with them again. Then presently they head south. Apparently they're migratory in some fashion, but nobody knows." He said dryly, "There haven't been many naturalists around on this planet. The animal life is inimical." Rowan fretted. He was a senior officer in the Colonial Survey, and he was accustomed to arrival at a partly or completely finished colonial setup, and to pass upon the completion or non-completion of the planned installation as designed. Now he was in an intolerably hostile environment, depending upon an illegal colonist for his life, engaged upon a demoralizingly indefinite enterprise, because the mechanical spark signal could be working long after its constructors were dead, and his ideas about a number of matters were shaken. He was alive, for example, because of 3 giant Kodiak bears and a bald eagle. He and Roan could have been surrounded by 10,000 robots, and they'd been killed. Sphinxes and robots would have ignored each other, and Sphinxes would have made straight for the men, who would have had less than 4 seconds in which to discover for themselves that they were attacked, prepare to defend themselves, and kill 8 Sphinxes. Roan's convictions as a civilized man were shaken. Robots were marvelous contrivances for doing the expected, accomplishing the planned, coping with the predicted. But they also had defects. Robots could only follow instructions. If this thing happens, do this. If that thing happens, do that. But before something else, neither this or that, robots were helpless. So a robot civilization worked only in an environment where nothing unanticipated ever turned up, and human supervisors never demanded anything unexpected. Roan was appalled. He'd never encountered the truly unpredictable before in all his life and career. He found Nugget, the cub, ambling uneasily in his wake. The cub flattened his ears miserably when Roan glanced at him. It occurred to the man that Nugget was receiving a lot of disciplinary thumpings from Faronel. He was knocked about physically, pretty much as Roan was being knocked about psychologically. His lack of information and unfitness for independent survival in this environment was being hammered into him. "Hi, Nugget," said Roan ruefully. "I feel just about the way you do." Nugget brightened visibly. He frisked. He tended to gamble. He looked very hopefully up into Roan's face, and he stood 4 feet high at the shoulder and would overtop Roan if he stood erect. Roan reached out and patted Nugget's head. It was the first time in all his life that he'd ever petted an animal. He heard a snuffling sound behind him. Skin crawled at the back of his neck. He whirled. Faronel regarded him, 1,800 pounds of she-bear only 10 feet away and looking into his eyes. For one panicky instant, Roan went cold all over. Then he realized that Faronel's eyes were not burning. She was not snarling. She did not emit those blood-curdling sounds which the bare prospect of danger to Nugget had produced up on the rocky spur. She looked at him blandly. In fact, after a moment, she swung off on some independent investigation of a matter that had aroused her curiosity. The travelling party went on, Nugget frisking beside Roan and tending to bump into him out of pure cub clumsiness. Now and again he looked adoringly at Roan in the instant and overwhelming affection of the very young. Roan trudged on. Presently he glanced behind again. Faronel was now ranging more widely. She was well satisfied to have Nugget in the immediate care of a man. From time to time he got on her nerves. A little while later, Roan called ahead. "Huygens, look here. I've been appointed nursemaid to Nugget." Huygens looked back. "Oh, slap him a few times and he'll go back to his mother." "The devil I will," said Roan querulously. "I like it." The travelling party went on. When night fell, they camped. There could be no fire, of course, because all the minute night things about would come eagerly to dance in the glow. But there could not be darkness equally, because night walkers hunted in the dark. So Huygens set out the barrier lamps, which made a wall of twilight about their halting place, and the stag-like creature Faronel had carried became their evening meal. Then they slept. At least the men did, and the bears dozed and snorted and waked and dozed again. But Semper sat immobile with his head under his wing on a tree limb, and presently There was a glorious cool hush, and all the world glowed in morning light diffused through the jungle by a newly risen sun. And they arose and travelled again. This day they stopped stock still for 2 hours while Sphinxes puzzled over the trail the bears had left. Huygens discoursed calmly on the need for an anti-scent to be used on the boots of men and the paws of bears, which would make the following of the trails unpopular with Sphinxes. And Roan seized upon the idea and absorbedly suggested that a Sphinx-repellent odour might be worked out, which would make a human revolting to a Sphinx. If that were done, why, humans could go freely about unmolested. "Like stink bugs," said Huygens sardonically. "A very intelligent idea, very rational. You can feel proud." And suddenly Roan, very obscurely, was not proud of the idea at all. They camped again. On the third night they were at the base of that remarkable formation, the Seer Plateau, which from a distance looked like a mountain range, but was actually a desert tableland. And it was not reasonable for a desert to be raised high while lowlands had rain, but on the fourth morning they found out why. They saw, far, far away, a truly monstrous mountain mass at the end of the long-way expanse of the plateau. It was like the prow of a ship. It lay, so Huygens observed, directly in line with the prevailing winds, and divided them as a ship's prow divided the waters. The moisture-bearing air currents flowed beside the plateau, not over it, and its interior was pure sear desert in the unscreened sunshine of high altitudes. It took them a full day to get halfway up the slope, and here, twice as they climbed, Semper flew screaming over aggregations of Sphinxes to one side of them or the other. These were much larger groups than Huygens had ever seen before, 50 to 100 monstrosities together, or a dozen was a large hunting pack elsewhere. He looked in the screen which showed him what Semper saw, 4 to 5 miles away. The Sphinxes padded uphill toward the Seer Plateau in a long line. 50, 60, 70 tan and azure beasts out of hell. "I'd hate to have that bunch jump us," he said candidly to Roan. "I don't think we'd stand a chance." "Here's where a robot tank would be useful," Roan observed. "Anything armoured," conceded Huygens. "One man in an armoured station like mine would be safe, but if he killed a Sphinx, he'd be besieged. He'd have to stay holed up, breathing the smell of dead Sphinx until the odour had gone away. And he mustn't kill any others, or he'd be besieged until winter came." Roan did not suggest the advantages of robots in other directions. At that moment, for example, they were working their way up a slope which averaged 50 degrees. The bears climbed without effort despite their burdens. For the men it was infinite toil. Semper, the eagle, manifested impatience with bears and men alike, who crawled so slowly up an incline over which he soared. He went ahead up the mountainside and teetered in the air currents at the plateau's edge. Huygens looked in the vision plate by which he reported. "How the devil," panted Roan. They had stopped for a breather, and the bears waited patiently for them. "Do you train bears like these? I can understand Semper." "I don't train them," said Huygens, staring into the plate. "They're mutations. In heredity, the sex linkage of physical characteristics is standard stuff, but there's been some sound work done on the gene linkage of psychological factors. There was need, on my home planet, for an animal who could fight like a fiend, live off the land, carry a pack, and get along with men at least as well as dogs do. In the old days, they'd have tried to breed the desired physical properties into an animal who already had the personality they wanted. Something like a giant dog, say. But back home, they went at it the other way around. They picked the wanted physical characteristics and bred for the personality, the psychology. The job got done over a century ago. A Kodiak bear named Codius Champion was the first real success. He had everything that was wanted. These bears are his descendants." "They look normal," commented Roan. "They are," said Huygens warmly, "just as normal as an honest dog. They're not trained, like Semper. They train themselves." He looked back into the plate in his hands, which showed the ground 5 and 6 and 7,000 feet higher. "Semper now is a trained bird without too much brains. He's educated, a glorified hawk. But the bears want to get along with men. They're emotionally dependent on us, like dogs. Semper's a servant, but they're companions and friends. He's trained, but they're loyal. He's conditioned. They love us. He'd abandon me if he ever realized he could. He thinks he can only eat what men feed him. But the bears wouldn't want to. They like us. I admit that I like them. Maybe because they like me," Rowan said deliberately. "Aren't you a trifle loose-tongued, Huygens? I'm a colonial survey officer. I have to arrest you sooner or later. You've told me something that will locate and convict the people who sent you up here. It shouldn't be hard to find where bears were bred for psychological mutations, and where a bear named Codius Champion left descendants. I can find out where you came from now, Huygens." Huygens looked up from the plate with its tiny swaying television image relayed from where Semper floated impatiently in mid-air. "No harm done," he said amiably. "I'm a criminal there, too. It's officially on record that I kidnapped these bears and escaped with them, which on my home planet is about as heinous a crime as a man can commit. It's worse than horse theft back on Earth in the old days. The kin and cousins of my bears are highly thought of. I'm quite a criminal back home." Roan stared. "Did you steal them?" he demanded. "Confidentially," said Huygens. "No, but prove it." Then he said, "Take a look in this plate. See what Semper can see up at the plateau's edge." Roan squinted aloft, where the eagle flew in great sweeps and dashes. Somehow, by the experience of the past few days, Roan knew that Semper was screaming fiercely as he flew. He made a dart toward the plateau's border. Rowan looked at the transmitted picture. It was only 4 inches by 6, but it was perfectly without grain and in accurate color. It moved and turned as the camera-bearing eagle swooped and circled. For an instant, the screen showed the steeply sloping mountainside, and off at one edge the party of men and bears could be seen as dots. Then it swept away and showed the top of the plateau. There were sphinxes. A pack of 200 trotted toward the desert interior. They moved at leisure, in the open. The viewing camera reeled, and there were more. As Roan watched, and as the bird flew higher, he could see still other sphinxes moving up over the edge of the plateau from a small erosion defile here and another one there. The Seer Plateau was alive with the hellish creatures. It was inconceivable that there should be game enough for them to live on. They were visible as herds of cattle would be visible on grazing planets. It was simply impossible. "Migrating," observed Huygens. "I said they did. They're headed somewhere. Do you know, I doubt that it would be healthy for us to try to cross the plateau through such a swarm of sphinxes." Roan swore in abrupt change of mood. "But the signal's still coming through. Somebody is alive over at the robot colony. Must we wait till the migration's over?" "We don't know," Huygens pointed out, "that they'll stay alive. They may need help badly. We have to get to them. But at the same time—" He glanced at Sourdough Charlie and Sitka Pete, clinging patiently to the mountainside while the men rested and talked. Sitka had managed to find a place to sit down, though one massive paw anchored him in his place. Huygens waved his arm, pointing in a new direction. "Let's go," he called briskly. "Let's go. Yonder. Hup!" 4. They followed the slopes of the Seer Plateau, neither ascending to its level top, where sphinxes congregated, nor descending into the foothills where sphinxes assembled. They moved along hillsides and mountain flanks which sloped anywhere from 30 to 60 degrees, and they did not cover much distance. They practically forgot what it was to walk on level ground. Semper, the eagle, hovered overhead during the daytime, not far away. He descended at nightfall for his food from the pack of one of the bears. "The bears aren't doing too well for food," said Huygens dryly. "A ton of bear needs a lot to eat. But they're loyal to us. Semper hasn't any loyalty. He's too stupid, but he's been conditioned to think that he can only eat what men feed him. The bears know better, but they stick to us regardless. I rather like these bears." It was the most self-evident of understatements. This was at an encampment on the top of a massive boulder which projected from a mountainous stony wall. This was 6 days from the start of their journey. There was barely room on the boulder for all the party, and Pharaoh Nell fussily insisted that Nugget should be in the safest part, which meant near the mountain flank. She would have crowded the men outward, but Nugget whimpered for Rowan. Wherefore, when Rowan moved to comfort him, Pharaoh Nell contentedly drew back and snorted at Sitka and Sourdough, and they made room for her near the edge. It was a hungry camp. They had come upon tiny rills upon occasion, flowing down the mountainside. Here the bears had drunk deeply, and the men had filled canteens. But this was the 3rd night, and there had been no game at all. Huygens made no move to bring out food for Rowan or himself. Rowan made no comment. He was beginning to participate in the relationship between bears and men, which was not the slavery of the bears, but something more. It was two-way. He felt it. "It would seem," he said fretfully, "that since the sphinxes don't seem to hunt on their way uphill, that there should be some game. They ignore everything as they file uphill." This was true enough. The normal fighting formation of sphinxes was line abreast, which automatically surrounded anything which offered to flee and outflanked anything which offered flight. But here they ascended the mountain in long lines, one after the other, following apparently long-established trails. The wind blew along the slopes and carried scent only sidewise. But the sphinxes were not diverted from their chosen paths. The long processions of hideous blue and tawny creatures, it was hard to think of them as natural beasts, male and female, and laying eggs like reptiles on other planets, simply climbed. "There've been other thousands of beasts before them," said Huygens. "They must have been crowding this way for days or even weeks. We've seen tens of thousands in Semper's camera. They must be uncountable altogether. The first comers ate all the game there was, and the last comers have something else on whatever they use for mines." Rowan protested. "But so many carnivores in one place is impossible. I know they are here, but they can't be." "They're cold-blooded," Huygens pointed out. "They don't burn food to sustain body temperature. After all, lots of creatures go for long periods without eating. Even bears hibernate. But this isn't hibernation, or estivation either." He was setting up the radiation wave receiver in the darkness. There was no point in attempting a fix here. The transmitter was on the other side of the Seer Plateau, which inexplicably swarmed with the most ferocious and deadly of all the creatures of Lauren II. The men and bears would commit suicide by crossing here. But Huygens turned on the receiver. There came the whispering, scratching sound of background noise, then the signal. 3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots. 3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots. It went on and on and on. Huygens turned it off. Rowan said, "Shouldn't we have answered that signal before we left the station? To encourage them?" "I doubt they have a receiver," said Huygens. "They won't expect an answer for months, anyhow. They'd hardly listen all the time, and if they're living in a mine tunnel and trying to sneak out for food to stretch their supplies, why, they'll be too busy to try to make complicated recorders or relays." Roan was silent for a moment or two. "We've got to get food for the bears," he said presently. "Nugget's weaned, and he's hungry." "We will," Huygens promised. "I may be wrong, but it seems to me that the number of sphinxes climbing the mountains is less than yesterday and the day before. We may have just about crossed the path of their migration. They're thinning out. When we pass their trail, we'll have to look out for night walkers and the like again, but I think they wiped out all animal life on their migration route." He was not quite right. He was waked in darkness by the sound of slappings and the grunting of bears. Feather-light puffs of breeze beat upon his face. He struck his belt lamp sharply, and the world was hidden by a whitish film which snatched itself away. Something flapped. Then he saw the stars and the emptiness on the edge of which they camped. The big white things flapped toward him. Sitka Pete wafted mightily and swatted. Faro Nell grunted and swung. She caught something in her claws. She crunched. The light went off as Huygens realized. Then he said, "Don't shoot, Roan." He listened and heard the sounds of feeding in the dark. It ended. "Watch this," said Huygens. The belt-light camera came on again. Something strangely shaped and pallid like human skin reeled and flapped crazily toward him. Something else. 4, 5, 10, 20 more. A huge hairy paw reached up into the light beam and snatched the flying thing out of it. Another great paw. Huygens shifted the light, and the 3 great Kodiaks were on their hind legs, swatting at creatures which flitted insanely, unable to resist the fascination of the glaring lamp. Because of their wild gyrations, it was impossible to see them in detail, but they were those unpleasant night creatures which looked like plucked flying monkeys, but were actually something quite different. The bears did not snarl or snap. They swatted, with a remarkable air of business-like competence and purpose. Small mounds of broken things built up about their feet. Suddenly there were no more. Huygens snapped off the light. The bears crunched and fed busily in the darkness. "Those things are carnivores and bloodsuckers, Roan," said Huygens calmly. "They drain their victims of blood like vampire bats. They've some trick of not waking them, and when they're dead, the whole tribe eats. But bears have thick furs, and they wake when they're touched, and they're omnivorous. They'll eat anything but sphinxes, and like it. You might say that those night creatures came to lunch, but they stayed. They are it, for the bears, who are living off the country as usual." Roan uttered a sudden exclamation. He made a tiny light, and blood flowed down his hand. Huygens passed over his pocket kit of antiseptic and bandages. Roan stanched the bleeding and bound up his hand. Then he realized that Nugget chewed on something. When he turned the light, Nugget swallowed convulsively. It appeared that he had caught and devoured the creature which had drawn blood from Roan, but Roan had lost none to speak of at that. In the morning they started along the sloping scarp of the plateau once more. During the morning, Roan said painfully, "Robots wouldn't have handled those vampire things, Huygens." "Oh, they could be built to watch for them," said Huygens tolerantly, "but you'd have to swat for yourself. I prefer the bears." He led the way on. Here the jungle formation could not apply. On a steep slope the bears ambled comfortably, the tough pads of their feet holding fast on the slanting rock, but the men struggled painfully. Twice Huygens halted to examine the ground about the mountain's bases through binoculars. He looked encouraged as they went on. The monstrous peak, which was like the bow of a ship at the end of the Sear Plateau, was visibly nearer. Toward midday, indeed, it looked high above the horizon, no more than 15 miles away. And at midday Huygens called a final halt. "No more congregations of sphinxes down below," he said cheerfully, "and we haven't seen a climbing line of them in miles." The crossing of a sphinx trail meant simply waiting until one party had passed, and then crossing before another came in view. I've a hunch we've crossed their migration route. Let's see what Semper tells us." He waved the eagle aloft, and Semper, like all creatures other than men, normally functioned only for the satisfaction of his appetite, and then tended to loaf or sleep. He had ridden the last few miles perched on Sitka Pete's pack. Now he soared upward, and Huygens watched in the small vision plate. Semper went soaring, and the image on the plate swayed and turned, and in minutes was above the plateau's edge. And here there was some vegetation, and the ground rolled somewhat, and there were even patches of brush. But as Semper towered higher still, the inner desert appeared. But nearby it was clear of beasts. Only once, when the eagle banked sharply and the camera looked along the long dimension of the plateau, did Huygens see any sign of the blue and tan beasts. There he saw what looked like masses amounting to herds. But of course, carnivores do not gather in herds. "We go straight up," said Huygens in satisfaction. "We cross the plateau here, and we can edge downwind a bit even. I think we'll find something interesting on our way to your robot colony." He waved to the bears to go ahead uphill. They reached the top hours later, barely before sunset, and they saw game. Not much, but game at the grassy, brushy border of the desert. Huygens brought down a shaggy ruminant which surely would not live on the desert. The night fell. There was an abrupt chill in the air. It was much colder than night temperatures on the slopes. The air was thin. Roan thought confusedly and presently guessed at the cause. In the lee of the prow mountain the air was calm. There were no clouds. The ground radiated its heat to empty space. It could be bitterly cold in the night time here. "And hot by day," Huygens agreed when he mentioned it. "The sun shines terrifically hot where the air is thin, but on most mountains there's wind. By day, here, the ground will tend to heat up like the surface of a planet without atmosphere. It may be 140 or 50 degrees on the sand at midday, but it should be cold at night." It was. Before midnight Huygens built a fire. There could be no danger of night walkers where the temperature dropped to freezing. In the morning the men were stiff with cold, but the bears snorted and moved about briskly. They seemed to revel in the morning chill. Sitka and Sourdough Charlie, in fact, became festive and engaged in a mock fight, whacking each other with blows that were only feigned, but would have crushed in the skull of any man. Nugget sneezed with excitement as he watched them. Faro Nell regarded them with female disapproval. They went on. Semper seemed sluggish. After a single brief flight he descended and rode on Sitka's pack, as on the previous day. He perched there, surveying the landscape as it changed from semi-arid to pure desert in their progress. His air was arrogant, but he would not fly. Soaring birds do not like to fly when there are no winds to make currents of which to take advantage. On the way, Huygens painstakingly pointed out to Roan exactly where they were on the enlarged photograph taken from space, and the exact spot from which the distress signal seemed to come. "You're doing it in case something happens to you," said Roan. "I admit it's sense, but what could I do to help those survivors even if I got to them without you?" "What you've learned about Sphinxes would help," said Huygens. "The bears would help, and we left a note back at my station. Whoever grounds at the landing field back there, and the beacon's working again, will find instructions to come to the place we're trying to reach." Roan plodded alongside him. The narrow non-desert border of the Sear Plateau was behind them now. They marched across powdery desert sand. "See here," said Roan, "I want to know something. You tell me you're listed as a bear thief on your home planet. You tell me it's a lie to protect your friends from prosecution by the Colonial Survey. You're on your own, risking your life every minute of every day. You took a risk in not shooting me. Now you're risking more in going to help men who'd have to be witnesses that you were a criminal. What are you doing it for?" Huygens grinned. Because I don't like robots. I don't like the fact that they're subduing men, making men subordinate to them. Go on, insisted Roan. I don't see why disliking robots should make you a criminal, nor men subordinating themselves to robots either. But they are, said Huygens mildly. I'm a crank, of course, but I live like a man on this planet. I go where I please and do what I please. My helpers, the bears, are my friends. If the robot colony had been a success, would the humans in it have lived like men? Hardly. They'd have to live the way the robots let them. They'd have to stay inside a fence the robots built. They'd have to eat foods that robots could raise and no others. Why, a man couldn't move his bed near a window, because if he did, the house-tending robots couldn't work. Robots would serve them, the way the robots determined, but all they'd get out of it would be jobs servicing the robots. Rowan shook his head. As long as men want robot service, they'll have to take the service the robots can give. If you don't want those services— I want to decide what I want, said Huygens again mildly, instead of being limited to choose among what are offered. On my home planet we halfway tamed it with dogs and guns. Then we developed the bears, and we finished the job with them. Now there's population pressure, and the room for bears and dogs and men is dwindling. More and more people are being deprived of the power of decision, and being allowed only the power of choice among the things robots allow. The more we depend on robots, the more limited those choices become. We don't want our children to limit themselves by wanting what robots can provide. We don't want them shriveling to where they abandon everything robots can't give, or won't. We want them to be men and women, not damned automatons who live by pushing robot controls so they can live to push robot controls. If that's not subordination to robots— It's an emotional argument, protested Roan. Not everybody feels that way. But I feel that way, said Huygens, and so do a lot of others. This is a big galaxy, and it's apt to contain some surprises. The one sure thing about a robot and a man who depends on them is that they can't handle the unexpected. There's going to come a time when we need men who can. So on my home planet, some of us asked for Lauren too, to colonize. It was refused. Too dangerous. But men can colonize anywhere if they're men. So I came here to study the planet, especially the Sphinxes. Eventually, we expected to ask for a license again, with proof that we could handle even those beasts. I'm already doing it in a mild way, but the survey licensed a robot colony. And where is it? Roan made a sour face. You picked the wrong way to go about it, Huygens. It was illegal. It is. It was the pioneer spirit, which is admirable enough, but wrongly directed. After all, it was pioneers who left Earth for the stars, but— Sourdough raised up on his hind legs and sniffed the air. Huygens swung his rifle around to be handy. Rowan slipped off the safety catch of his own. Nothing happened. In a way, said Rowan vexedly, you're talking about liberty and freedom, which most people think is politics. You say it can be more. In principle, I'll concede it. By the way you put it, it sounds like a freak religion. It's self-respect, corrected Huygens. You may be, Faronel growled. She bumped Nugget with her nose to drive him closer to Roan. She snorted at him. She trotted swiftly to where Sitka and Sourdough faced toward the broader sphex-filled expanse of the Seer Plateau. She took up her position between them. Huygens gazed sharply beyond them, and then all about. This could be bad, he said softly, but luckily there's no wind. Here's a sort of hill. Come along, Roan. He ran ahead, Roan following and Nugget plumping heavily with him. They reached the raised place, actually a mere hillock no more than 5 or 6 feet above the surrounding sand, with a distorted cactus-like growth protruding from the ground. Huygens stared again. He used his binoculars. "One Sphex," he said curtly. "Just one. And it's out of all reason for a Sphex to be alone. But it's not rational for them to gather in hundreds of thousands either." He wetted his finger and held it up. No wind at all. He used the binoculars again. "It doesn't know we're here," he added. "It's moving away. Not another one in sight." He hesitated, biting his lips. "Look here, Roan. I'd like to kill that one lone Sphex and find out something. There's a 50% chance I could find out something really important. But I might have to run. If I'm right," then he said grimly, "it'll have to be done quickly. I'm going to ride Faro Nell for speed. I doubt Sitka or Sourdough would stay behind, but Nugget can't run fast enough. Will you stay here with him?" Roan drew in his breath. Then he said calmly, "You know what you're doing, of course. Keep your eyes open. If you see anything, even at a distance, shoot, and we'll be back, fast. Don't wait until something's close enough to hit. Shoot the instant you see anything, if you do." Roan nodded. He found it peculiarly difficult to speak again. Huygens went over to the embattled bears. He climbed up on Faro Nell's back, holding fast by her shaggy fur. "Let's go," he snapped. "That way. Hup!" The three Kodiaks plunged away at the dead run, Huygens lurching and swaying on Faro Nell's back. The sudden rush dislodged Semper from his perch. He flapped wildly and got aloft. Then he followed effortfully, flying low. It happened very quickly. A Kodiak bear can travel as fast as a racehorse on occasion. These three plunged arrow straight for a spot, perhaps half a mile distant, where a blue and tawny shape whirled to face them. There was the crash of Huygens' weapon from where he rode on Faro Nell's back. The explosion of the weapon, and the bullet was one sound. The somehow unnatural spiky monster leaped and died. Huygens jumped down from Faro Nell. He became feverishly busy at something on the ground, where the party-coloured Sphex had fallen. Semper banked and whirled and came down to the ground. He watched, with his head on one side. Roan stared from a distance. Huygens was doing something to the dead Sphex. The two male bears prowled about. Faro Nell regarded Huygens with intense curiosity. Back at the hillock, Nugget whimpered a little. Roan patted him roughly. Nugget whimpered more loudly. In the distance, Huygens straightened up and took 3 steps toward Faro Nell. He mounted. Sitka turned his head back toward Roan. He seemed to see or sniff something dubious. He reared upward. He made a noise, apparently, because Sourdough ambled to his side. The 2 great beasts began to trot back. Semper flapped wildly and, lacking wind, lurched crazily in the air. He landed on Huygens' shoulder, and his talons clung there. The Nugget howled hysterically and tried to swarm up Roan, as a cub tries to swarm up the nearest tree in time of danger. Roan collapsed, and the cub upon him, and there was a flash of stinking scaly hide, while the air was filled with the snarling, spitting squeals of a Sphex in full leap. The beast had overjumped, aiming at Roan and the cub while both were upright and arriving when they had fallen. It went tumbling. Roan heard nothing but the fiendish squalling, but in the distance Sitka and Sourdough were coming at rocket-ship speed. Faro Nell let out a roar and fairly split the air, and then there was a furry cub streaking toward her, bawling, while Roan rolled to his feet and snatched up his gun. He raged through pure instinct. The Sphex crouched to pursue the cub, and Roan swung his weapon as a club. He was literally too close to shoot, and perhaps the Sphex had only seen the fleeing bear cub, but he swung furiously. And the Sphex whirled. Roan was toppled from his feet, an 800-pound monstrosity straight out of hell, half wildcat and half spitting cobra, with hydrophobia and homicidal mania added. Such a monstrosity was not to be withstood when in whirling its body strikes one in the chest. That was when Sitka arrived, bellowing. He stood on his hind legs, emitting roars like thunder, challenging the Sphex to battle. He waddled forward. Huygens arrived, but he could not shoot with Roan in the sphere of an explosive bullet's destructiveness. Pharaoh Nell raged and snarled, torn between the urge to be sure that Nugget was unharmed and the frenzied fury of a mother whose offspring has been endangered. Mounted on Pharaoh Nell, with Semper clinging idiotically to his shoulder, Huygens watched helplessly as the Sphex spat and squalled at Sitka, having only to reach out one claw to let out Roan's life. 5. They got away from there, though Sitka seemed to want to lift the limp carcass of his victim with his teeth and dash it repeatedly to the ground. He seemed doubly raging because a man, with whom all Codius Champion's descendants had an emotional relationship, had been mishandled. But Roan was not grievously hurt. He bounced and swore as the bears raced for the horizon. Huygens had flung him up on Sourdough's pack and snapped for him to hold on. He bumped and chattered furiously. "Damn it, Huygens, this isn't right. Sitka got some deep scratches. That horror's claws may be poisonous." But Huygens snapped, "Hup, hup," to the bears, and they continued their race against time. They went on for a good 2 miles, when Nugget wailed despairingly of his exhaustion, and Pharaoh Nell halted firmly to nuzzle him. "This may be good enough," said Huygens, "considering that there's no wind, and the big mass of beasts is down the plateau, and there were only those 2 around here. Maybe they're too busy to hold a wake even. Anyhow—" He slid to the ground and extracted the antiseptic and swabs. "Sitka first," snapped Roan. "I'm all right." Huygens swabbed the big bear's wounds. They were trivial, because Sitka Pete was an experienced Sphex fighter. Then Roan grudgingly let the curiously smelling stuff, it reeked of ozone, be applied to the slashes on his chest. He held his breath as it stung. Then he said dourly, "It was my fault, Huygens. I watched you instead of the landscape. I couldn't imagine what you were doing." "I was doing a quick dissection," Huygens told him. "By luck, that first Sphex was a female, as I hoped, and she was just about to lay her eggs. Ugh! And now I know why the Sphexes migrate, and where, and how it is that they don't need game up here." He slapped a quick bandage on Roan. He led the way eastward, still putting distance between the dead Sphexes and his party. It was a crisp walk, only, but Semper flapped indignantly overhead, angry that he was not permitted to ride again. "I'd dissected them before," said Huygens. "Not enough's been known about them. Some things needed to be found out if men were ever to be able to live here." "With bears?" asked Roan ironically. "Oh yes," said Huygens. "But the point is that Sphexes come to the desert here to breed, to mate and lay their eggs for the sun to hatch. It's a particular place. Seals return to a special place to mate, and the males, at least, don't eat for weeks on end. Salmon return to their native streams to spawn. They don't eat, and they die afterward. And eels, I'm using Earth examples, Roan, travel some thousands of miles to the Sargasso to mate and die. Unfortunately, Sphexes don't appear to die, but it's clear that they have an ancestral breeding place and that they come here to the Seer Plateau to deposit their eggs." Roan plodded onward. He was angry with himself because he hadn't taken elementary precautions, because he'd felt too safe, as a man in a robot-served civilization forms the habit of doing, because he hadn't used his brain when Nugget whimpered, in even a bear cub's awareness that danger was near. "And now," Huygens added, "I need some equipment that the robot colony had. With it, I think we can make a start toward making this a planet that men can live like men on." Roan blinked. "What's that?" "Equipment," said Huygens impatiently. "It'll be at the robot colony. Robots were useless because they wouldn't pay attention to Sphexes. They'd still be, but take out the robot controls, and the machines will do. They shouldn't be ruined by a few months' exposure to weather." Roan marched on and on. Presently he said, "I never thought you'd want anything that came from that colony, Huygens." "Why not?" demanded Huygens impatiently. When men make machines do what they want, that's all right. Even robots, when they're where they belong. But men will have to handle flame casters in the job I want them for. There have to be some, because there was 100-mile clearing to be burned off, and earth sterilizers, intended to kill the seeds of any plants that robots couldn't handle. We'll come back up here, Roan, and at the least we'll destroy the spawn of these infernal beasts. If we can't do more than that, just doing that every year will wipe out the race in time. There are probably other hordes than this, with other breeding places, but we'll find them too. We'll make this planet into a place where men from my world can come and still be men." Roan said sardonically, "It was Spexes that beat the robots. Are you sure you aren't planning to make this world safe for robots?" Huygens laughed shortly. "You've only seen one Nightwalker," he said. "And how about these things on the mountain slope, which would have drained you of blood and then feasted? Would you care to wander about this planet with only a robot bodyguard, Roan? Hardly. Men can't live on this planet with only robots to help them and stop them from being fully men. You'll see." They found the colony after only 10 days more of travel, and after many Spexes and more than a few stag-like creatures and shaggy ruminants had fallen to their weapons and the bears. But first they found the survivors of the colony. There were 3 of them, hard-bitten and bearded and deeply embittered. When the electrified fence went down, 2 of them were away at a mine tunnel, installing a new control panel for the robots who worked in it. The 3rd was in charge of the mining operation. They were alarmed by the stopping of communication with the colony and went back in a tank truck to find out what had happened, and only the fact that they were unarmed saved them. They found Spexes prowling and caterwauling about the fallen colony in numbers they still did not wholly believe, and the Spexes smelled men inside the armoured vehicle but couldn't break in. In turn, the men couldn't kill them, or they'd have been trailed to the mine and besieged there for as long as they could kill an occasional monster. The survivors stopped all mining, of course, and tried to use remote-controlled robots for revenge and to get supplies for them. Their mining robots were not designed for either task, and they had no weapons. They improvised miniature throwers of burning rocket fuel, and they sent occasional prowling Spexes away screaming with scorched hides. But this was useful only because it did not kill the beasts, and it cost fuel. In the end, they barricaded themselves and used the fuel only to keep a spark signal going against the day when another ship came to seek the colony. They stayed in the mine, as in a prison, on short rations, waiting without real hope. For diversion, they could only contemplate the mining robots they could not spare fuel to run, and which could not do anything but mine. When Huygens and Roan reached them, they wept. They hated robots and all things robotic only a little less than they hated Spexes. But Huygens explained, and armed them with weapons from the packs of the bears, and they marched to the dead colony with the male Kodiaks as point and advance guard, and with Pharaoh Nell bringing up the rear. They killed 16 Spexes on the way. In the now overgrown clearing there were 4 more. In the shelters of the colony they found only foulness and the fragments of what had been men. Not much, because the Spexes clawed at anything that smelled of men and had ruined the plastic packets of radiation-sterilized food. But there were some supplies in metal containers which were not destroyed. And there was fuel, which men could dispense when they got to the control panels of the equipment. There were robots everywhere, bright and shining and ready for operation, but immobile, with plants growing up around and over them. They ignored those robots, but lustfully they fueled tracked flame casters, adapting them to human rather than robot operation, and the giant soil sterilizer which had been built to destroy vegetation that robots could not be made to weed out or cultivate. And they headed back for the Seer Plateau, burning-eyed and filled with hate. But Nugget became a badly spoiled bear cub, because the freed men approved passionately of anything that would even grow up to kill Spexes. They petted him to excess when they camped, and they reached the plateau by a Sphex trail to the top, and Semper scouted for Sphexies, and the giant Kodiaks disturbed them, and the Sphexies came squalling and spitting to destroy them, and while Roan and Huygens fired steadily, the great machines swept up with their special weapons. The earth sterilizer, it was found, was deadly against animal life as well as seeds, when its diathermic beam was raised and aimed, but it had to be handled by a man. No robot could decide just when it was to be used and against what target. Presently, the bears were not needed because the scorched corpses of Sphexies drew live ones from all parts of the plateau, even in the absence of noticeable breezes. The official business of the Sphexies was presumably finished, but they came to caterwaul and seek vengeance, which they did not find. Presently, the survivors of the robot colony drove machines, as men needed to do here, in great circles around the hugest heap of slaughtered fiends, destroying new arrivals as they came. It was such a killing as men had never before made on any planet, but there would not be many left of the Sphex horde which had bred in this particular patch of desert. There might be other hordes elsewhere, and other breeding places, but the normal territory of this mass of monsters would see few of them this year, or next year either, because the soil sterilizer would go over the dug-up sand where the Sphex spawn lay hidden for the sun to hatch, and the sun would never hatch them. But Huygens and Roan, by that time, were camped on the edge of the plateau with the Kodiaks. They were technically upwind from the scene of slaughter, and somehow it seemed more befitting for the men of the robot colony to conduct it. After all, it was those men whose companions had been killed. There came an evening when Huygens amiably cuffed Nugget away from where he sniffed too urgently at a stag steak cooking on the campfire. Nugget ambled dolefully behind the protecting form of Roan and snivelled. "Huygens," said Roan painfully, "we've got to come to a settlement of our affairs. I'm a colonial survey officer. You're an illegal colonist. It's my duty to arrest you." Huygens regarded him with interest. "Will you offer me lenience if I tell on my confederates?" he asked mildly. "Or may I plead that I can't be forced to testify against myself?" Roan said vexedly, "It's irritating. I've been an honest man all my life, but I don't believe in robots as I did, except in their place. And their place isn't here, not as the robot colony was planned anyhow. The Sphexies are nearly wiped out, but they won't be extinct, and robots can't handle them. Bears and men will have to live here, or the people who do will have to spend their lives behind Sphex-proof fences, accepting only what robots can give them. And there's much too much on this planet for people to miss it. To live in a robot-managed, controlled environment on a planet like Lauren 2 wouldn't be self-respecting." "You wouldn't be getting religious, would you?" asked Huygens dryly. "That was your term for self-respect before." Semper, the eagle, squawked indignantly as Sitka Pete almost stepped on him, approaching the fire. Sitka Pete sniffed, and Huygens spoke to him sharply, and he sat down with a thump. He remained sitting in an untidy lump, looking at the steak and drooling. "You don't let me finish," protested Roan querulously. "I'm a colonial survey officer, and it's my job to pass on the work that's done on a planet before any but the first landed colonist may come there to live, and of course to see that specifications are followed. Now, the robot colony I was sent to survey was practically destroyed. As designed, it wouldn't work. It couldn't survive." Huygens grunted. Night was falling. He turned the meat over the fire. "Now, in emergencies," said Roan carefully, "colonists have the right to call on any passing ship for aid, naturally. So I've always been an honest man before, Huygens. My report will be that the colony as designed was impractical, and that it was overwhelmed and destroyed, except for 3 survivors who holed up and signaled for help. They did, you know." "Go on," grunted Huygens. "So," said Roan querulously, "it just happened, mind you, that a ship with you and Sitka and Sourdough and Faro Nell on board, and Nugget and Semper too, of course, picked up the distress call. So you landed to help the colonists, and you did. That's the story. Therefore, it isn't illegal for you to be here. It was only illegal for you to be here when you weren't needed. But we'll pretend you weren't." Huygens glanced over his shoulder in the deepening night. He said calmly, "I wouldn't believe that if I told it myself. Do you think the survey will?" "They're not fools," said Roan tartly. "Of course they won't. But when my report says that because of this unlikely series of events it is practical to colonize the planet, whereas before it wasn't, and when my report proves that a robot colony alone is stark nonsense, but that with bears and men from your world added, so many thousand colonists can be received per year, and when that much is true, anyhow—" Huygens seemed to shake a little as a dark silhouette against the flames. A little way off, Sourdough sniffed the air hopefully. With a bright light like the fire, presently naked-looking flying things might appear to be slapped down out of the air. They were succulent. To a bear. "My reports carry weight," insisted Roan. "The deal will be offered anyhow. The robot colony organizers will have to agree or they'll have to fold up. It's true, and your people can hold them up for nearly what terms they choose." Huygens's shaking became understandable. It was laughter. "You're a lousy liar, Roan," he said, chuckling. "Isn't it unintelligent and unreasonable and irrational to throw away a lifetime of honesty just to get me out of a jam? You're not acting like a rational animal, Roan, but I thought you wouldn't when it came to the point." Roan squirmed. "That's the only solution I can think of, but it'll work." "I accept it," said Huygens, grinning, "with thanks, if only because it means another few generations of men living like men on a planet that is going to take a lot of taming. And if you want to know, because it keeps Sourdough and Sitka and Nell and Nugget from being killed, because I brought them here illegally." Something pressed hard against Roan. Nugget, the cub, pushed urgently against him in his desire to get closer to the fragrantly cooking meat. He edged forward. Roan toppled from where he squatted on the ground. He sprawled. Nugget sniffed luxuriously. "Slappin'," said Huygens. "He'll move back." "I won't," said Roan indignantly from where he lay. "I won't do it. He's my friend."
The end. Subscribe for more at storiesoffuturespast.substack.com. And now for the next story.
Brown John's Body by Winston Marks. Originally published in Imagination, Stories of Science and Fantasy, January 1955. Narrated by Tom Trussel. Erd Neff dropped a thin bundle of currency into the $100 bill drawer of the flat-top desk and kicked the drawer shut with a dusty boot. He flicked the drip from his hooked nose, which was chronically irritated by the wheat dust of the warehouse. Then he wiped his fingers down the leg of his soiled denims. Across the 12-by-12, windowless room, John stirred awake from the noise and began nosing in the debris of his filthy cage. "Time for supper, John." Neff tugged at the twine at his belt and examined his $3 watch. He pinched a dozen grains of wheat from a 2-pound coffee can and let them sift through the wires of the cage. John pounced on the grain hungrily. "Wait a minute! What do you say, damn it?" Neff's hand reached for the marshmallow toasting fork that hung from a hook on the wall. He touched the points, filed needle-sharp. "What do you say?" he repeated, twanging the tines like a tuning fork. John skittered to the far corner, tearing new holes in the old newspaper with frantic claws. Cowering against the wires, he spat half-chewed flecks of wheat, trying to say the magic words that would spare him from the fork. "Tinku! Tinku!" he squeaked, straining to make the two syllables distinct. Neff hung up the fork, and John turned to lick at the old scabs clotted from earlier jabs, taking sullen inventory to be sure there were no new crimson leaks in his louse-infested hide. Until 2 months ago, he had been just one more gregarious specimen of Mammalia rodentia simplicidentata myomorphia muridae decumanus. Now he had another name. Like each of his predecessors in the cage, he was a large brown rat called John, after Erd Neff's despised and deceased father. Neff named all his rats John. "Well, don't get fat." John finished the grain, poured the air, and squeaked, "Moo!" "More, hey? You talk fine when you're hungry." "Peef! Moo! Moo!" John begged. He did well with his vowels, but L's and S sounds were beyond him. He said F for S. L's he ignored entirely. Neff gave him one more wheat head. "Okay, get fat." He turned to the door, lifted the inside mechanical latch, shoved with his foot, and snatched his revolver from his hip holster. The vault door opened ponderously, revealing an empty warehouse. Neff peeked through the crack between the hinges to clear the area concealed by the door itself. One hoodlum hopeful had hidden there. Spotting him through the crack, Neff had simply beefed into the foot-thick slab of fireproof steel. Inertia plus surprise had disposed of that one. Neff hadn't even had to shoot. Tonight there was no one. Funny. The wheat country was getting tame, or else the tin horns had learned their lesson. It was no secret that Erd Neff never visited the local bank, yet it had been more than 6 months since anyone tried to hold him up. The local bank hated him plenty. He was costing them. His 5 loan offices in the rich wheat country skimmed the cream of the mortgage loan business. Of course, nowadays most people paid off their loans, and the low interest rates he charged to lure the business barely paid expenses. Yet he still picked up an occasional foreclosure. Farmers still got drunk, divorced, gambled, broke legs, or committed suicide once in a while, and Neff's loan documents were ruthless about extensions of time. These foreclosed acreages he traded for grain elevators and warehouses when crops were small and operators were desperate. Then came the bumper years during and after World War II. Wheat on the ground, and no place to store it but in Erd Neff's sheds. It wasn't cheap to store with Neff, and he had a virtual monopoly in Ulmer County. Neff swung the great door back into place with its whoosh thunk that sealed in air, sound, and nearly $100,000 in currency. He levered the bolts into place and spun the expensive combination lock. The vault, tucked away in the front left-hand corner of the old frame warehouse, expressed Neff's distrust and contempt for mankind. Concrete and steel, bed, shower, toilet, and desk. In this walk-in cash box he was fireproof, bomb-proof, theft-proof, and most important of all, people-proof. There he consorted unmolested with the one mammal on earth he found interesting, John, the brown rat. He slid the broad warehouse door closed behind him with a cacophony of dry screeches and padlocked it. The dusty street was deserted, except for a black sedan which two-wheeled the corner a block away and sped toward him. Neff dropped his pistol back in its holster. "Now what the hell?" He waited on the splintery platform, a huge man, ugly of face, short-legged and long-bodied, with a belly swollen from regular overeating. His shaved head swiveled slowly as a police cart leaned into a skid stop. Officer Colin Burns got out and stared up at the motionless statue in sweat-dust-stained denims. Burns was half Neff's 56 years, tall and thin. He wore grey, a silver star, and a big black hat. He said, "I'll take your gun, Erd." "Now what? I got a permit." "Not any more. It's revoked." "For why?" "There were witnesses this afternoon." "Witnesses? What in the hell are you—" "Oh no, not that damn dog." "The puppy belonged to a little girl. You can't claim self-defense this time." "He was coming down here chasing the cats away every day." "So you shot him, like you did Greeley's collie." "Cats count for more. You know well as I do, you can't control the rats around a warehouse without cats." "You've shot 5 men too, Erd. 3 of them are dead." "I was cleared, you know damn well. Self-defense." "You're too handy with that pistol. Anyway, I didn't file this complaint. It was the child's mother, and she made it stick with the chief. Give me the gun, Erd." "You got a warrant for my arrest?" "No, but I will have in an hour if you insist." "I got a perfect right to protect my property." "Not with a gun. Not any more." "I just get these punks convinced, and now you want to turn loose on me again. Who put you up to this, Colin?" "You did, when you shot that pup. I'm not here to debate it. You're breaking the law from this minute on if you don't hand over the gun." "Damn it, Colin, you know how much money I got in there. You know how much I pack around on me sometimes." "That's your business. You can use the bank and bonded messengers. They get along with dogs." "Telling me how to run my business?" "I'm telling you to give me that gun. You'll get the same police protection as any other citizen." Neff sneered openly. "I'd been dead 30 years ago, depending on corpse." "I don't doubt that a minute. You're easy to hate, Erd. Are you going to give me that gun?" "No." "You like things the hard way, don't you?" Burns got back in the squad car and drove off. Neff spat a crater in the wheat-littered dust and got into his own car. 2 minutes later, he turned up Main Street and stopped before City Hall. Inside the tiny police station, he dropped his pistol on the counter. Bud Ackenbush looked up from his desk. "You could have saved Collins some trouble." Neff stalked out without a word and crossed the street to the Palace Cafe. He ordered a double-thick steak, fried potatoes and pie. He liked the way the waitresses scrambled for the chance to wait on him. Women didn't like him. He was ugly and smelled of sweat, and on the street women looked the other way when they met him. All but the waitresses at the palace. When he came in, they showed their teeth and tongues and wiggled their hips. He was a 50-cent tipper. The important thing was, it got him his steak, really double thick and double quick. People could be real efficient. Like Brown John. Prod 'em where they live, and they'll do anything. Even talk to you. "You look kinda naked tonight, Erd," Gloria kidded. Neff wiped steak juice from his chin and stared at her breasts. It used to excite him, but now it was just habit. It was better than looking at red-smeared lips that smiled and eyes that didn't. Eyes that said, "Don't forget the tip, you filthy bastard." Funny. Hang a gun on any other citizen in town, and people would stare. Take the gun off of Erd Neff, and people make cracks. He did feel naked. "I didn't order this damned succotash." "It's free with a steak dinner, Erd." "Go ahead, pinch my leg like the harvesting crews do. I'm free with the dinner too, like the ketchup, like the mustard and the salt and pepper and the steak sauce and the sugar and the extra butter if you ask for it, Just don't forget the tip." Clarence Hogan, the fry cook, came around the counter and leaned on the booth table beside Gloria. "You don't like succotash? How about some nice peas, Ed?" Clarence was Gloria's husband. Pimp. "Put some ice cream on my pie," Neff said. He looked up at Clarence. "No, I don't want any goddamn peas." They brought his pie and left him alone. He finished it and felt in his pocket for the tip. He changed his mind. To hell with Gloria and her fat leg. The steak was tough. He paid the check and went out. The sky was pink yet. Later in the week, the sunsets would be blood red as the great combines increased in number and cruised the rippling ocean of wheat, leaving bristly wakes and a sky-clogging spray of dust. Neff's busiest season. Damn that dog. Damn Colin Burns. His hand brushed his leg where the leather holster should be. Damned laws that men made. Laws that acquitted him of homicide and then snatched away his only weapon of self-defense because he shot a yapping dog. As he got in his car, Colin Burns came out of the station. He tossed Neff's gun through the open window onto the seat. "Here's your property. The marshal came in and he changed everybody's mind. It's going to cost you $100 and a new pup for the little girl, probably. Here's the subpoena. Tuesday at 10. "I don't get it." "The marshal said to let you fight your own battles." Neff started the car and let the clutch out. The marshal knew his way around. The transient harvesting crews were a wild bunch. If word got out that Neff was unarmed, packing thousands of dollars the length of the county, the enforcement people would have a lot of extra work on their hands. He parked behind the warehouse, next to the railroad tracks. He came around front, unlocked the big door, pulled it shut behind him, and bolted it. The warehouse was jet black now, but he knew every inch of the place. He could fire his pistol almost as accurately at a sound as at a visible target. He practiced on rats. Holding a pocket flash, he worked the combination. As the final tumbler fell silently, a faint, raspy screech came to his ears, like a board tearing its rusty nails loose under the persuasion of a wrecking bar. He listened a minute. Then he levered the bolts back, stepped into the vault room, closed the door, and shot the mechanical bolts. Sure, someone was out there, but they'd get damned tired before morning. He flicked on the light and touched the other wall switch beside it. The powerful blower and sucker fans cleared out the musty air and rat stink. John rustled in the cage, blinking at the sudden light. "Hi, Neff. Meat, meat, meat." Smart little devil. Neff sometimes brought him a scrap from his dinner, but he hadn't thought to tonight. He sucked at his teeth and pulled out a tiny string of steak. "Here, bite my finger and I'll poke both your eyes out." John picked the thread of gristle from Neff's finger with his forepaws and devoured it, trembling with pleasure. Neff lifted the cage. "Okay, now let's have a few tricks." At once John made for the can of wheat. "Get out of there!" Neff scooped him up and dropped him on the desk, snapping his tail with a forefinger. John whirled, laid his ears back, and opened his mouth. At bay, the brown rat, Neff knew, is the most ferocious rodent of the 2,000 species, but Neff held his hand out, daring John to bite. Neff knew all about rats. More than anybody in the world knew about rats. When you live among them for 3 decades, you find out about their cunning wariness, fecundity, secretiveness, boldness, omnivorous and voracious appetites. Fools reviled them as predators and scavengers. Neff appreciated them for what they really are, the most adaptable mammal on Earth. John was smart, but no smarter than the rest. Neff had proved this by teaching every rat he captured alive to talk. Impossible, they had told him. Even parrots and parakeets only imitate sounds in their squawking. Yes, and pet crows. Animals don't have thinking brains, they said. They react, trial and error, stimulus and response, but they don't think. Neff didn't know about the others, but he knew about rats. Keep them hungry and lonely for a mate. Hurt them. Torture them. To hell with this reward business. Rats are like men. Mentally lazy. They'll go for bait, sure, but they'll go faster to escape pain. 1,000 times faster. And rats have lived with man from the first. They have a feeling for language like the human brat. Between partitions, inches from a man's head when he lies in bed talking to his wife, under a man's feet while he's eating, over his head in the warehouse rafters while he's working. Always just inches of feet away from man, running through sewers, hiding in wood piles, freight cars, ships, barns, slaughterhouse, skulking down black alleys, listening, hiding, stealing, always listening. Yes, rats know about man, but rats had never known a man like Neff, a man who hated all mankind, a man who chose a rat for a companion in preference to one of his own kind. Rats named John learned about Neff. They learned that his tones and inflections had specific meaning. They learned very fast under the stabbing prod of the marshmallow fork. With just enough food to keep them alive, their blind ferocity changed into painful attention. They learned to squeak and squawk and formed the sounds into a pattern with their motile tongues. In weeks and months, they learned what the human brat learned in years. "Stand up like a goddamned man." John stood up, his tail the third point of the support. "Say the alphabet." A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Neff lit a cigar and watched the smoke float away from the ceiling blower and vanish into the overhead vent in the far corner. He bobbed one foot in time to the squeaky rhythm of the recitation. He took no exception to John's failure with L's, S, and Z. The other Johns had been unable to handle them too. "Hungry, Neff, hungry!" The big man picked out 3 grains of wheat. He noticed the can was almost empty. One by one he handed the kernels to his pet, waiting for John's "Dinku" in between. "Moo, moo." "Lazy tongue is more, not moo." John dropped to all fours and retreated. Usually Neff slapped him in the belly when he used that tone. But Neff was bemused tonight. He kept listening for sounds that he knew could never penetrate the thick walls. They were out there, he was sure. Another damned fool or two flashing a light around, trying to figure out something. Neff remembered one pair who had even tried nitroglycerin. He saw the burns on the outside of the door the next morning. Amateurs. Nobody knew for sure just how much money Neff kept in the old desk, and big-time pros wouldn't tackle a job like this without a pretty fair notion of the loot. For all they knew, maybe he mailed it to an out-of-town bank. "Okay, fetch the pencil." John jumped from the desk and moved toward the open door of the shower stall where Neff had thrown the pencil stub. He paused by the wheat can, then scurried on to get the pencil. He climbed Neff's leg and dropped the pencil into the open palm. "Smart punks up at State College. So you can't teach a rat anything but mazes and how to go nuts from electric shots, eh? Wouldn't they be surprised to meet you, John?" "Hungry." "You're always hungry." "Meat, meat." Yeah, you can sound your E's real good when you say meat. Some day I'll cut off your tail and feed it to you." He laughed, grabbed John by the coarse hair of his back, and slipped him back under the cage. Then he undressed down to his underwear, turned out the lights, and lay on the narrow iron bed. John rustled in his cage for a minute, and then there was only the faint hum of the blower and sucker motors in the ventilating system. The incoming and outgoing air was baffled and trapped to kill sounds, and spring-loaded sliding doors poised to jam shut and seal off the room if anyone tampered with the exterior grills in the roof. The fans hummed softly, and Neff slept. Sleckthud! Sleckthud! He was awake, pawing the wall for the light switch, but even as his hand found it and his eyes discovered the closed ventilator doors, a reddish vapour sank over his body. A single gasp, and Neff was clawing his throat. Sharp, brown-tasting, acid-burning, eye-searing, nose-stinging. He fell to his knees and clawed to the far corner, fighting for air, but the acrid stink stained his throat and nose. His eyes kept burning. The whole room must be full. The door lever! No, that's what they wanted. Blind! Gun's no good now. God, for a breath of air! Damned tears! Can't open my eyes! Air! Got to have it! His throat refused to open. The stink, a little like iodine, a lot like a hospital smell, but 1,000,000 times stronger, raked at the tender tissues of his throat. Ice picks stabbed from his soft palate up into his brain, his temples. He swayed against the door, caught the lever, and heaved convulsively. The door fell away slowly. He stumbled forward, gashing his knee against the sharp jamb. A light struck redly through his clenched, tear-soaked eyelids. "That did it! Get the gun!" The voice was high, almost girlish. "A young boy?" A slightly heavier voice said, "Got it! Keep an eye on him while I find out why the fan stopped working." "He's going no place. You were right. That bromine stuff really did the business. Look at his face. Sure it won't kill him?" "Don't care if it does now. We got the door open." "What is this bromine anyhow? Boy, it sure stinks." "It's a chemical element like chlorine, only it's liquid. It fumes if you don't keep it covered with water, and the fumes really get you. They used it in gas bombs in the war." "That was chlorine." "They used bromine too. I read it." Neff rasped. "Help yourself if you call this stinking stuff in your warehouse air." From the vault the deadened voice came. "This must be the switch. The other switch is for the lights." "Look out. When you turn it on, don't get dosed yourself." "I only dumped a few drops in. There. It'll blow out in a few. Phew, let me out of here. That stuff does. God, it's worse than the dose I got in the chem lab." The voice grew, coughing and cursing. "Better wait a minute or two. How's our big, brave dog killer doing?" On his hands and knees, Neff was on the verge of passing out, but doggedly he tried to place the voices. High school kids? Bromine. Sounded like a chemical they might filch from the high school laboratory. A kick in the ribs reminded him he was still helpless. "All right, get back in there." They aimed him through the vault door and kept kicking him until he went. They hauled him up into his chair. He tried to strike out blindly, but his chest was full of licking flames that spread pain out to his shoulders. Now rope whipped around his feet, hands, chest and neck, jerking his body hard against the casted desk chair and cramping his head back. "Tie him good. No way to lock him in with this door." Neff opened his eyes. The boys were wet blurs rummaging through his desk. "Look! Just look at that! We can't carry all that!" "Get one of those burlap sacks out there, by the door." Footsteps went and returned. "Now, just the small bills. Up to 20. No, Jerry, leave the big stuff alone. Who'd take one from a kid?" "Okay, let's make tracks." "Wait," Neff said desperately. "My legs and hands! You've cut off the circulation!" Something hard like the barrel of a gun rapped down on the top of his head. "I ought to blow your dirty brains out, killing my little sister's dog, damn you! Damn you! I think I will kill you! Damn you! Damn you!" the voice crested. "Wait a minute, Jerry," the other voice cut in. "I got a better idea. Here, look at this." Short silence. Yeah, that's just dandy. Look how thin he is. That's just what the doctor ordered. Okay, the top's loose. Stand by the door and don't let him get by you. Wait, got your flash? Good. In the dark. That's real good. Which switch is it? Throw them both. Okay, flash it over here. Look out, here I come. Hurry up. Look at that hungry black-eyed little devil. That ought to fix up the son of a... Thunk. The compression rammed heavily into Neff's ears. The bolts shot solidly into place from the outside, and the combination knob rang faintly as it was spun. Silence. They'd go out the same way they came in and tack the board back in place. How long before anybody would miss him? 24 hours? Hell no. Nobody would bust a gut worrying that soon. 2 days? Some weeks he was gone several days making the rounds on his loan offices. A week? Maybe. Girls at the palace would get suspicious. Tell Colin Burns. But a week? They'd cut off the blower when they threw both switches. No ventilation. No air. Neff strained at the ropes. His legs were pulled under the seat so tightly that his feet were turning numb. Hands were tingling too. Dirty little sadists, turning John loose thinking. He had to get loose. Less than 1 day's air then. John! Thank God John wasn't an ordinary rat. John, come over to me. These ropes, chew them, John. Come on, John. Come on, boy. No sound at first, then a faint motion in the old newspapers. John, say the alphabet. A, B. That's right. Go on. V, G. The squeaking stopped. Come over to me, John. Come to me, boy. He held his breath. The beating of his heart was so loud he couldn't be sure that John was moving. The silence was long. Even the rat was blind in this blackness. He must be patient. Sweat began oozing and trickling down his face, his armpits, his back, even his left leg. No, wait, that wasn't sweat. The throbbing in his leg was greatest at his left knee. The trickle was blood from the gash. It ran freely now, the ropes backing up arterial pressure. Never mind that. John! The coffee can tipped over, and the racket made Neff start against his bonds. The rope sawed his Adam's apple. Crunch! Leave that damned wheat alone, John. Come over to me, boy. I'll give you a whole bagful when you chew off these ropes. Hear that, John? And a chicken foot. I'll bring you a whole chicken. A live one. I'll tie her down so she won't peck you. That's what I'll do, John. He was breathing heavily now. Do you get me, John? Would you like a live chicken? Yef. The crunching resumed for a minute, then stopped. Neff remembered there had only been a dozen or so grains of wheat left. John would still be hungry. The thought of a chicken should do it. If not, he could threaten him. Neff waited. Relax. There was all night to work this out. Finally he felt something at his ankles. That's the boy, John. Up here and down my arms. They're behind me. Get the rope off my hands first. Come on, boy. It was John all right. Neff could feel the little claws coming up his left leg. Come on, hurry up, John. Tell you what, I'll bring you a nice fat female, just like yourself. A live one. You can live in the cage together. John, don't stop there. The claws had paused near his knee and were clinging to the blood-soaked cloth. No, no, John, don't. I'll stick you with a fork. I'll stick you. I'll kill you. John, we got to get out of here. We'll both die. Die, do you hear? We'll suffocate. Don't do that. Stop. Stop or I'll... Neff's threats beat hard into the rat's brain. And now, as the slanting incisors tore at the cloth and chewed the luscious, blood-smothered hot meat, Neff's screams sent tremors through the skinny, voracious body, and the tail tucked down. The words made John nervous, but it was dark, and there was food, such wonderful food, so much food. They were harsh words, terrible, screaming words. But words are words, and food is food, and after all, John was only a rat.
The end. Do you want to know how you can help save more of the forgotten stories of futures past? Visit storiesofffuturespast.substack.com/about.